Alright, it's 11 o'clock. I am so on time, like always. Perfectly on time. It was a perfect nap. A little too perfect. Slept in a little too late. Woke up at like 10 a.m. today. Went to bed last night like 4 or something a.m. Felt like I didn't get that much sleep, so yeah, got a lot of shit done today, so I don't feel bad about it per se. But yeah, I literally woke up at like 10 like 35. It's like, son of a bitch, here we go again. So I had to kind of like rush to throw all this shit together. So yeah, what's up everybody? Welcome to, well, yeah, it's still Friday technically. It won't be for much longer, but yeah, what's up chat? This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. All I wanna do is have some fun. I've got a feeling I am not the only one. Let's make that shit as white as possible. Badly need this energy drink right now. Yeah, James Rolfe's released some stuff. He's released some stuff. He released Time Cop like last week, I think, but there was no way I wasn't gonna make that. I wasn't going to not make that its own episode. And then he released some other shit in between then as well. They're more commercials than anything else, but I still think they're worth watching. Justin is overweight. Yes, Pink Pools. He is overweight. He went from being like a walking heart attack to just like really, really fat. But you know, whatever. Apparently, he wasn't the one who removed or put the smackdown on my Justin Silverman video, so can't be too mad at the guy. Although he did kind of manipulate me a little bit, and he made it seem like he was sending me that exclusive picture from the Halloween thing, and then he like posted on Twitter like pretty much the same time. So I felt groomed into thinking like, oh, you know what, this Justin guy's not so bad. He's actually a nice guy. Yeah, I think that's what he was doing on purpose. No, I don't know. He's probably all right. He's very large though. Anyway, oh god, Justy hot sauce. Ugh. Made from, each bottle's made from Justin's essence, and whatever his essence is, up to the imagination on that one. You know, the whole fucking hot sauce thing, man. Can we talk about that? Like, I really didn't want to do this video, you guys. I really didn't want to make this video. This is RGT85. The older and fatter I get, the more and more I actually am starting to look like RGT85's younger brother. That's a scary fucking thought. God damn. Because that's one ugly motherfucker. Well, the hot sauce thing, like, what? Is that like the easiest thing for like a celebrity to like just rubber stamp their name onto? Like, what celebrity does not have a hot sauce? If you're gonna have an endorsement, hot sauce is like the first gateway thing. Like, everybody has a goddamn hot sauce. There's so many hot sauces out there that, like, why would I even, I mean, I guess brand recognition, like, oh, it's something Bimmy related, like, I want to collect all Bimmy related things, like, I mean, I guess that's one way to go about it. $5 Canadian cash. Zombie trash. Everybody like the video and throw some money at Joshy. You heard the woman. Yeah, like doesn't like Sammy Hagar have hot sauce? I mean, like there's so many rockers who have hot sauces. It's like one of them has soap. One of the rock stars has like a line of soap. Which one is that? Let me see. Like, it's just so fucking stupid. Rockstar soap line. It's gonna tell me. Oh, dirty rocker soap. Oh, yeah. Skid Row bassist Rachel Bolan. Yeah, Dirty Rocker Soap Company. So he's got a soap brand. And then let's see. I want to see celebrities with hot sauce brands. Okay, just right off the top here. 10 best celebrity hot sauce brands. There's so many of them. They had to make a best of list. Please select a region. Global. Sure, okay. These websites be asking some weird questions sometimes. Oh, and this is how every fucking website goes now that does lists. Over the years, various celebrities have gone and done many different sponsorship deals and have put their names on a lot of things. Let's take a history on what hot sauce is. They can't just give you the fucking list. All right, so we got Dexter Holland from Offspring with Gringo Bandito. Now that sounds like that. Now that could have been, that's a missed opportunity for Cinemassacre right there. How, Mike Matei's Loco Bandito hot sauce? Are you kidding me? That would have been fucking perfect. And the bottle could have been 10 inches long. Whatever. However thick, you know, like say it's like 12 ounces. So like if they need to make it like skinnier, which that's probably the truth anyway for Mike Matei. It's probably like 10 inches, but very like pencil dickish. Mike Matei's Loco Bandito hot sauce. Wow, what a missed fucking opportunity. That, man, you know how much goodwill you would have garnered with the Cinemassacre truthers if you had made a Loco Bandito hot sauce and the bottle was a 10-incher. Okay, who else? Levi Roots reggae sauce. I don't know who Levi Roots is. Never heard of that mofo. No, I'm not signing up for your fucking website to read the rest of this article. Okay, cool. So is that the? So it's supposed to be 10. So you're just gonna. Oh, okay. View full article. Okay, I'm just stupid. That checks out. That tracks. Khalees, is that like the milkshake girl? My milkshake being on the go to the yard. Her Bounty and Full is the name of her hot sauce. Uba Hassan, Uba Hot. Who the fuck is Uba Hassan? Brooklyn Beckham. Who are the Danny Trejo? Okay, I know who that is. Trejo's hot sauce. Ed Sheeran, Tingly Ted's. Oh, Tingly Ted's. I don't think I want to put anything on my food that has the name Tingly Ted going for it. That sounds like, was it Governor Ted Cruz's special Molly mixture that he used to give chicks back in the day in his college years? Oh, that's slanderous. How dare you say that? Fuck Ted Cruz, that's why. I hate that motherfucker. And his high-pitched, weird Texas voice. Alice Cooper's Welcome to My Nightmare hot sauce. Joe Perry, Rock Your World hot sauce. Now, get it? He's a rocker. So you're rocking his world. Motley Crue, the most notorious hot sauce collection. Oh, there's 5 hot sauces in this box here, but there's only 4 band members of the Crue. See what I mean? And this is just like this is just scratching the surface. So the whole hot sauce thing, when I saw that, I was like, really, dude? Fucking hot sauce? Like, okay. Anyway, let's watch the fucking commercial. I've never seen it. Not seen it yet, mate. So I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of, yeah. You know, when I get hungry, I want to kick it up a notch. Why not kick it up a notch with my own hot sauce? I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of that going on. Bimmy Bim Bims jalapeno poppin' hot sauce. Junkers, $5. Here's money so daddy doesn't beat me. I was, oh, shut the fuck up. Hey, he's just kidding everybody. He's just a joking. That silly Junkers and the Trunkers. He's just kidding. I don't beat people that you can prove.
Ugh. You having trouble with those hard-ass games and you want something that'll heighten your senses, kick your ass into gear? Well, try Angry Video Game Hot Sauce. That's right, it's my hot sauce.
Trying to think if he looks more or less like a crackhead with the fucking like 5 o'clock shadow going on there. I don't know. How are we feeling about the stubble there? Now that I'm seeing it, when I just saw a still picture of it for the thumbnail, I was like, oh, that looks, he looks more, grizzled and looks better than that pedo clergyman look he normally has now when he's like fully clean shaven, because he's not like 26 years old anymore. He's in his mid 40s and the look just doesn't hit the same. Oh, $10. Lunksventure. Bro, how much did you drink before this stream? Drunk Josh right out the gate. Actually, it's called a nap. So, I don't know where you're getting drunk from, but later on, my friend, that's when you'll see me drunk. I'm painfully sober right now. I just woke up literally like 40 minutes ago, so I'm still knocking the rust off. He looks old but not adult. That's a fair point. What the fuck is the beard? He looks his age right now. Homeless. He does look like Doug Walker's homeless crackhead character. I forget the name. I did a whole video on all of Doug's various like flopped shows, bum reviews. There you go. James looks like bum reviews right now, incarnate. Yeah, detracts. I'm reading every single comment about the stubble here because that's how obsessed that I am. That's how little I've got going on right now. Detracts from his baldness. Started the bald / beard look. Bimmy's lost his razor. The stubble is hot. Okay, that's a take that we have from the ladies. One of the ladies. Keep the shadow. Takes away from the hairline. Made with beers at Rolling Rock. Okay, let's see what else is going on. What else has he got to say here in this 1 minute, 15-second advert?
So hot, put hair on my face. Angry Video Game Hot Sauce. Smooth, spicy, and slightly bitter, like a bad beer or a worse video game. Whew, that's pretty good.
Like a bad beer or worse video game. Oh, that's a good way to describe hot sauce that you want people to try.
It'll have you ranting, raving, and rolling on the floor from lava drops. But that's not all. When it's the spooky season or any time of year, try Cinemassacre's Monster Madness. Bite into the madness. A fiery mix so seasonably bold it'll wake the dead. I took too much there. Oh! Perfect for creatures of the night or anyone craving a spicy scare.
Why wouldn't you make a fucking chicken wing or something to put it on like Hot Ones that everyone's seen? Why would you just drink it raw? It's never gonna taste right. Having the pumpkin on the cover there makes me feel like it's got some kind of a fruity tones to that one, which I'm not a huge fan of. I don't know. There's a lot of hot sauce I've not tried out there. Okay, I'm not the biggest hot sauce aficionado. I'm a very basic bitch when it comes to hot sauce.
But if you really want to experience what the nerd is all about, then you gotta have some buffalo diarrhea dump. Dumping buffalo, man. Hotter than my toilet after a marathon of bad games. This unholy blend lights up your insides and delivers drops of diarrhea destruction.
Why is he drinking them just straight out the bottle? Why wouldn't you just like dab it on like a chicken wing or something and take a bite and be like, yeah! Like, the tism runs strong with this one.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Now it's getting worse. Well, this is lasting a while. Holy shit. Oh, boy. Eyes tearing here. No, watch the eyes. Collect them all. Yeah!
Okay, I will say my general consensus does look a lot less creepy with the stubble. The weird nerd look for his age with the clean shaven face. It don't work so well. It don't work so well with age. Alright, well, since I'm already acting drunk or talking drunk, I might as well take my first shot of the night. Faggot. I have to keep these night sweats going some way or another. So, yeah, they're in the chat. People are saying that, I guess they're wanting $40 for all three of these. Cheers. Ugh. God damn it. My body wasn't ready for that. Kicking it up a notch. They're only 5 ounces. What the fuck? That's like, I don't know. Is that like completely insane for hot sauce? I don't know like fuck all about hot sauce. I just know every celebrity has their own hot sauce at this point. It's like you're trying to get like an endorsement, like get your name on, slap your name on some product. Like hot sauce is for some reason, it's the first place you go to. I bet these companies have like a celebrity questionnaire that all they have to do is like fill out like 10 questions and then they submit it, and then these like, you know, these hot sauce companies will just be like, all right, we got you, fam. We'll make this blend and we'll send it to you, and you know, if you approve it, then we'll go forward. If not, then we'll tweak it or whatever. But I don't see James like flying down to wherever this company is and really working with the food scientists in the laboratory, you know, trying this thing and putting like a droplet of this into there until they like hone the perfect combination. You know, this definitely seems like a and you know, a lot of these people who were probably either in their teens or early 20s when they first started watching James, they're probably like, you got to think at least a good like couple hundred of them are in like positions of power now, and they're probably happy to just like do a lot of this kind of shit for free because it's like, oh hell yeah, James Rolfe, AVGN, I'd be like stoked to like work with you, bro. $5 super chat, Black Manta, grifting even more than this hot sauce question mark. That could be true because I'm giving you my presence and my entertainment in real time, you know. So there's that. $1.99. What's cooking? That's not a 5 o'clock shadow. It's a 5:40 shadow. That's fucking awesome. If no one else has made that joke yet, that joke needs to be made somewhere. Throw that in Cinemassacre Truth something. 5:40 o'clock shadow. More $5 from Black Manta. Also, got your shirt fast. Good shipping and good quality. Also, Far Cry New Blood is good too. You got good taste. New Blood, Far Cry. Is that the one? Is that the one that's like the sequel to Far Cry 5? No, the Far Cry series. I love those games. Far Cry 5 though is the best in my opinion. And everyone hates it. Everyone hates the 5th one, the culty one that took place in Montana. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Got your shirt. I'm trying to think of which one you were that I sent out, cuz I've been having to go to the post office a lot here recently to ship off the new shorts that came in, the faded neon design. I love it. Reminds me of a Taco Bell, like the design on a 2000s era Taco Bell cup. I don't have an example on me, but look at us YouTubers on here. Fucking, we're all grifting. We're all selling. We all have a fucking angle, man. You know? Over here selling t-shirts, James selling hot sauce amongst other bullshit wares. Far Cry 5's music is fire. I don't remember. Oh, it's like a twangy like slide guitar and shit, which fits the Montana wilderness. Joseph Seed, I like that guy. And then you have to defeat his 3 kids before you get to him. And they all have their own, like, I don't know, way of fighting or whatever. Then they have Bliss, which is like, I guess, supposed to be the meth, you know, of in the game. Like all your enemies are all on Bliss, which basically gets them high off their asses, so they like think you're a demon or something. It's a cool game. All right. Well, all right, that was that commercial. My tipples! My tipples! Boogie2988 said tipples on one of his meltdowns on Lolcal Live. And I can't stop thinking about tipples now. He wasn't even like trying to make a joke. He was like having a meltdown and he's talking about his tipples. Like his mom twisted his tipples when he was a kid or something. What are tipples? Anybody have an idea? Is that a fat person feature? Like titty nipples? My mom twisted my tipples! I think Boogie does fucking coke, bro. There's no way you can have a meltdown like that and not be on some kind of performance-enhancing drug. Alright. So now let's look at James Rolfe's Mega Man clone. Because that's what this is. This is a Mega Man clone. I mean, in every way. I mean, it's got, you know, new. It's got like for the NES. It's got like, you know, not like nicer looking graphics than what like an NES would be able to push probably. But yeah, it's a Mega Man clone. So let's check out Bimmy's new Mega Man clone.
Introducing Angry Video Game Nerd 8-Bit, an all-new video game that'll take you back to the past.
I mean, fair enough, Zombie. She says they've all been Mega Man clones. Yeah, fair enough. I remember playing like 10 years ago his first one came out? And yeah, I was pretty much a Mega Man clone as well. Again, it's like if you're going to do an NES style side-scrolling platform shooter, the Mega Man series is kind of like your best bet if you're going to be shooting shit. I mean, I can think of many other great side-scrolling game action adventure games where you don't shoot, like Shatterhand, Castlevania, Bionic Commando, But yeah, when it comes to like shooting, like the Mega Man games, it's like those are the best. Oh, Kabuki Quantum Fighter. If we're talking not shooting, that game's hard as fuck, but it's so good. It's an underrated Konami game that no one ever talks about, except me, because I'm special.
Like never before.
This game sucks.
Just the way I like it. Jump and shoot your way through.
Well, that was trippy to see like a picture of him from me when he was like in his mid-20s, and the picture of him now is like, hold on, I gotta see that again. That was weird.
Never before.
Yeah, so like you see this, that looks like his son basically at this point, right? So you see this.
This game sucks.
Just the way I.
And you see that, it's like, whoa, those are two totally different people. It's got to be the hair, bro. He's got like the, you know what's fucking crazy, and this is what I love about like pop music back in the 70s. Elton John's hair looked just like that when Elton John first came out on the scene. Like, he like first came out with Your Song, and that's how basically his hair looked. Just balding comb over on the top, and everyone was like, yeah, whatever. That's how people look right now. You know, men go bald by 25, and it's fine. Everyone just accepted it. He was like one of the biggest pop stars up until like the mid 90s or so. Like, he had a good 20-year run, about the same exact trajectory as James Rolfe. Yeah, I mean, no one batted an eye at that shit back in the 70s. And then eventually Elton got hair plugs, and now he's got like a full thick ass head of hair. And it's like, wait a second, when you first came out like 35 years ago, you were like balding and you looked like a vice principal, and now in your like 80s you have a full lush thick head of ginger hair. How does that work? Oh, you got hair plugs. Okay, gotcha. Hey man, whatever.
Like it. Jump and shoot your way through levels full of familiar enemies, power-ups, and discover alternate routes on your way
So that's some kind of Master Blaster shit right there looking thing.
to every boss. Only this time with top-notch live-action cutscenes throughout that make it feel like you're playing an actual episode of the show.
I'm gonna play a good game for once.
Pre-orders are open now through December 7th at Limited Run Games for the physical editions of AVGN 8-bit. You can grab the modern retro version on Nintendo Switch or PlayStation 5, and the actual retro version made just for the NES in a classic gray cartridge.
Oh, I'm so glad I don't give a fuck about collecting games anymore. That whole limited run company and that whole FOMO thing, like, oh, gotta get it. It's only gonna be out for a limited time. Gotta get it before it hits eBay, and I gotta pay triple, quadruple, quintuple the price. Like, I'm so glad I'm not into that shit anymore. Once you let go of that collecting bug, you can just relax when you see shit like that. You can just be like, I don't care. I'm not trying to collect every single piece of physical media for the Nintendo. So I don't care if I don't get the AVGN NES cart. I mean, I think that would be kind of cool, especially to play it on actual NES. That would be cool. I'm not going to lie. That would be kind of cool. Especially if they were somehow able to play those videos. I don't see how that would be possible. But yeah, how would that be possible if it was on an 8-bit cart meant to be played on an NES? How would they do those videos? Would it be like compressed as hell? Or I don't know. But yeah, like limited run, man. Oof, that company. It give you a heart attack if you're a big follower of that shit. Like, just constantly fear of missing out, fear of missing out, fear of missing out, you know? And it's a limited run, act now, hurry, buy it before it gets sold out and somebody resells it on eBay for 4 times the price. Happens all the time with limited run games. Or you go to a retro video game store and they'll have like they'll have a limited run game, but like behind the glass, like the top shelf shit's under the glass or behind the glass or whatever, and it'll be like triple the price. I hate that shit. Act now, buy now, limited supply, everything must go.
Let's pop this in. The NES edition comes with some goodies too, like a box, manual illustrated by Mike Matei, dust sleeve, and double-sided poster. You can get as many modern and gray cartridges as you like, but there are a few limited NES colors. 500 copies of the legendary Gold Edition sold out in just 1 hour, but there's...
Okay, here's a question for you. This is a good one. This is a good question. Does Pat the NES punk not consider his collection complete of NES games unless he gets his hand on the gold AVGN cart and the red one and the gray one? Or does he feel like I don't even need to own any of the AV because these are not legitimate NES games, so fuck that, I don't care? Or is Pat like, I got to get all the color variants of the new AVGN NES game? The gold sold out in an hour. Oh my god. People, what is wrong with you? Even the format on that box art is like straight, like, I would say ripping off, but I feel like it's more of an homage, like they knew exactly what they were doing. But that's Capcom's box art, the format, the like purple border with the red, the red little banner at the top that would have said Capcom, and then the super overly illustrated box art that looks nothing like the actual video game. That's very Capcom. Capcom, the maker of Mega Man. Follow me. It's like I think they're very self-aware that this is pretty much a Mega Man clone.
Still time to grab Nerd Rage Red, the perfect match for the fury I feel playing crappy games.
What were they thinking?
Or
God. That was so just phoned in, dialed in, whatever.
Super Mecha Baddie Blue, inspired by the sinister glow of the possessed NES from my game's live-action cutscenes. These colors are going fast, so get your orders in before December 7th, because once this run is gone, it's gone forever.
I mean, good for him, man. Good for him. He was able to build up a fucking completely original character and have it on life support for the last 10 plus years and have all these little offshoot things, and it became wildly popular, yet the average person doesn't know anything about this motherfucker. It's like James said in his book. He said, I'm the right amount of famous. Like, kind of like no one really knows who the fuck I am, but at the same time, I go to the grocery store and there's one person like fist bumping me and they want a picture or whatever. Like, that is the right amount of famous, I gotta say. Like, you can still go out unperturbed, by the general public. But, you go to a game convention and you're a god, that's, yeah, that sounds about right. Cerebral P, $20 Canadian. Dare he sell you the name Capcom, take my money. Cerebral P, I sent you a DM on Discord. Basically, we ran out of the banana clip design. I don't know if you've seen it or not. We can do other things for you. On the but I guess we sold out of that particular design at our last show, and the numbers hadn't been updated on the online. Anyway, that's just letting him know he's got a thing about the thing that I'm trying to peddle, which is my band shirts. Cheers. Yeah, I wonder why James hasn't done. Actually, an AVGN Funko would make a lot of sense. You could do the one where he's wearing the track and field pad with the zapper and the whatever, where he's fighting Satan, whatever look that one's called. You could do just normal AVGN look for Funko. I know a lot of his people would be into that as well. That's something he should consider. All right, let's keep mowing down this AVGN stuff. Let's go to Timecock, the newest AVGN as far as my knowledge goes. This has definitely become a tradition at this point, me watching every new AVGN on here. I've heard from a lot of people that they only watch new AVGN via my live stream, so there you go. All right, let's do the ExpressVPN ad. Let's get that out of the way.
Hey, have you ever gotten?
Oh right, yeah, he does the pre-made meals. Yeah. Okay, yeah, because I was talking about on my Discord how most people, when they do these pre-made meals, they're like, and it is quite delicious. Oh my god! Or I was summoning Gamer from Mars just then. I'm looking for meal solutions constantly, and I'd like to introduce you to Factor. You just put it in the microwave. It takes 1 minute, and it's very good. I like it. And then you got people who like oversell it, who are like, this is so fucking good. And then James is like, it's good. It's like, fucking, that's our Bimmy. All right, so Cook Unity, I guess, is a sponsor this time around. ExpressVPN sitting in the cuck chair right now.
Really long day, or in my case, a lot of times working on a video, I have to stop and get something to eat because I'm real hungry. But you need something fast, and you also want something high quality at the same time. Well, with Cook Unity's freshly prepared restaurant quality chef-made meals delivered right to your door, you'll never have to worry again. Cook Unity is the first ever chef-to-you delivery service for...
It feels so unnatural to take a bite of something and go and nod your head, but that's like the thing you do when you're like on TV. If you're like, chewing and signifying that something tastes good. I mean, that's shit. They've probably been doing that since like the 1960s on TV, taking a bite of something going. But when do you never do that in real life? You never like take a bite of like a cheeseburger from McDonald's. And yes, that is my high water mark for a good cheeseburger. I'm just kidding. You take a bite of something like a cheeseburger, you're like, and then the person you're eating with is like, why are you nodding your head like that? It's like the Truman Show where like Jim Carrey starts to realize that he's like, he might be on just a big ass TV show his whole life because the wife is like, why don't I make you some cocoa with this new cocoa, blah, blah, blah. And she's like doing like ad reads like in the scene. And he's like, who are you talking to? Why are you doing that? Dude, that movie's fucking brilliant. Came out in like 96. So fucking ahead of its time. It's gotta be, Truman Show is probably one of my favorite movies. Honest, to be honest, probably one of my favorite movies. Such a cool idea for a movie, and Jim Carrey was like that was the it guy in the 90s, was it not? Like, such a good fucking movie.
Busy people who want to eat well. With over 300 meals to choose from each week, Cook Unity simplifies your dining experience by creating a profile based on your dietary needs and then suggests the best meal options for you. Meals are delivered directly to your door fresh, never frozen, and are ready to heat up and enjoy within minutes.
That was kind of an Alex read there. Fresh, never frozen. We don't do that. That is a very inside joke unless you're on the Discord and you know who Alex is. AKA Ace Frehley.
I also love...
Dude, I am so sus about meals that you fucking microwave, man. I know a lot of these like companies are trying to pivot to these microwavable meals, but I don't know, man. When shit's like flash frozen and all that kind of shit that they do. It's like, is it really that much better than the shit you buy at the grocery store? Like, and if so, then why wouldn't they have it as an option at the grocery store so you could maximize your visibility on people trying these things? Like, I mean, like Factor and whoever the hell this company's called, HelloFresh, all these companies have a microwavable version of their food now. I just don't like HelloFresh. Which I subscribe to and love. I get the meal prep one because they actually just give you all the elements that you need to, make the meal, but it takes 30 to 40 to 50 minutes. But this microwave shit, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't trust it. They'd have to send me a free sample. Just kidding. I don't care. I ain't getting no sponsors anytime soon. Who are you kidding?
How each meal tells you a little something about each chef that created it, and the fact that I can heat up something this high quality in little to no time at all. So this is from Chef Ruben Garcia. This is a pesto chicken breast with roasted potatoes and baby kale salad. It's very good. To get 50% off your...
It's very good. Jen Stowe, $9.99, money for Joshy. Everyone's calling me Joshy today. It's fucking nutty, but I don't mind it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it has all the microplastics your body needs. Yeah, that's kind of another reason I try to stay. I have like one glass bowl, and I use that bowl gets so much mileage, like, because like I don't want to microwave anything unless it's in the glass bowl. I don't want to like pour anything hot into anything else except for because I have a bunch of plastic Tupperware shit, which is fine for like storing leftovers in, but even when I go to reheat it, I dump it out of the plastic Tupperware thing into the glass bowl. That's probably what I'm going to like ask for Christmas from like my mom or something. Give me more glass bowls, because yeah, I mean, you heat up some ramen noodles, you pour like the boiling hot liquid, pour it into a glass bowl. You don't want to pour into a plastic. Like that shit, it eats away at the plastic. Like, why are they selling this shit still? Knowing all we know about microplastics now, why do they still sell plastic bowls? And they're just like, yeah, just do whatever you want with it. Put it in the microwave, put like boiling hot shit in it, just whatever. Like, why do they keep doing that, man? They know that, because they don't give a fuck. They don't care. The FDA doesn't apparently care either. They're like, microplastics are definitely a thing. We found it in people's bloodstreams and their organs and everything. Dude, and if you're a fucking millennial like myself growing up, we didn't think fucking twice about throwing shit in a plastic bowl and microwaving it, pouring really hot shit into a plastic bowl. Like, we didn't think twice. So I know I'm so fucked when it comes to the microplastic shit. It's like, it's all up in me, I'm sure, at this point, which is the least of my problems if you've seen my drinking. Am I right? Ice Hockey Jedi, $5. I've been trying to donate for the past 20 minutes, and it just won't go through, but it finally fucking works. Thank God for that. I'm going to heart react that one. There's just so many people trying to give me money because I'm such a goddamn charismatic figure. You just got to wait in line to give me money. I'm just kidding. I would never adopt that kind of mentality. That's gross. That's gross, and that's not who I am. And who's kidding who? I'm not even big enough to even fake having that kind of cachet. I don't have that cachet. I have very little cachet. It's freakish how small my cachet is, and yet certain people still want to make me a whole ass. They want to make a whole channel about me. I'll never understand it.
First order of chef-made meals delivered fresh to your...
Josh, everybody loves you, Josh. That's another Alex quote. You don't know it unless you're in the Discord, but it's a thing.
Door, just head to the link in the description below and use code CINEMASSACRE. Again, get 50% off your first Cook Unity order now by clicking the link in my description below and using the code CinemaSassacre. Late into the 80s, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone were still the undisputed action movie champions of the world. After almost a decade of Rockies, Rambos, and Conan the Barbarians, it didn't seem like...
Whoa, what scene was that in Conan? Wow, he's like a goth, lead singer of a goth band right there. Interesting.
Anyone would ever topple them from their testosterone-fueled thrones. That's at least until Jean-Claude Van Damme starred in 1988's Bloodsport and shook up the scene with some of the most incredible martial arts moves.
Oh yes, Bloodsport, the movie that Pat and Ian always just glaze to the hilt. And by hilt, I mean the cock hilt, the hilt of the cock, meaning the base of the cock. Like, my God, that is such a random ongoing joke on the CU. It's not even a joke. It's like a ongoing just reference on the CU podcast is just Pat and Ian glazing Bloodsport. I don't think I've seen it. It's one of those ones that I would have seen when I was like really young, and I've not seen it since. I do remember though, as a kid, the name Jean-Claude Van Damme. It was like a name, you know. It was like, oh, okay. It had like similar cachet as Schwarzenegger or Bruce Willis or whatever. And then he just fell the fuck off way quicker than any of his other contemporaries. Like, these are like the super Hollywood mega action stars of the 90s, where like that shit was like prime, just in its heyday. The you know, internet really wasn't a thing in the 90s, so like you only saw these people on like Entertainment Tonight, or you know, you rarely had access to them. They didn't make fucking you know, Instagram reels or TikToks or anything like that, you know, where you got too close into their personal life, you know. They were out of reach, and we liked it. Doing a Dana Carvey bit there.
Ever. And some of the most brutal scenes in one, too, for that matter. With classics like Kickboxer, Death Warrant, Universal Soldier, Hard Target, and yes, even Street Fighter under his belt, Van Damme built up an iconic library of martial arts and action films over the years.
Okay, if you're just doing like a street fight and you just like run up on someone, are you really gonna have time to use your legs in the stead of fists? Like, I just saw him like kick a dude back and forth with the same leg while he's using the other leg for balance. Like, that's some movie shit. That's not how a street fight goes. A street fight is like quick and lasts for about 15 to 20 seconds. You don't have time to like roundhouse kick someone in an actual street fight. Not that I've seen anyway. I could be wrong, but like bar fights and all that kind of, like, you can know all the karate you want, but if somebody sucker punches you, which is typically how bar fights and all that kind of shit goes, there's usually a sucker punch involved somewhere or another. You're not going to square up with someone like you're in the ring or something. It's usually like, I mean, if you're lucky, you'll get a push on the chest before they swing on you, but like typically it's like they're just going to swing on you. And these movies are like, they have so much time to anticipate what's going on. They have time to like get back and do this like roundhouse kick, and they're like just kicking them in the face and shit. It's like, no, that never ever happens in real life unless you're like doing some like UFC shit or kickboxing where it's choreographed way in advance that a fight is going to happen. I mean, if it's just some like street fight shit, it's like literally like you're best off being a boxer, quite frankly. Like all that mixed martial arts and, you know, taking them to the ground, bro, and blocking and all. It's like, dude, honestly, boxing, that's your best bet if you want to be good. Like, just in a day-to-day, someone just starts some shit with you at a bar or whatever, like boxing is your best bet. Like, you know, it's going to be close quarters, you know, it's going to be quick. It's going to be like, you know, if you can block good, you know, you have quick reaction time, you can strike hard, you're going to end the fight, you know. Like, all this fucking, all this 80s and 90s doing backflips and like sweeping the leg, with the Karate Kid, like, whatever the fuck that was, like, that's movie shit. I don't know, it's just as much white trash. Well, I've just, white trash, fucking whatever, it all race, colors, and creeds I've seen have, well, just mainly black dudes and white dudes. I've never seen Asians get into fights with each other in a bar. I literally have never seen that, and I've been doing bar shit with karaoke and all that for like over 10 years. Yeah, it's just black dudes and white dudes that fight each other. I've never even seen a Hispanic. Well, maybe. I don't know. Why did I have to get race involved? Whatever. Anyway, $5, White Noise. The last 2 AVGN episodes are fine. They feel like the mid/decent AVGN times just before Screenwave, but overall okay. That's an opinion. You said it twice, so thank you for the $10. You can do a chargeback on one of those if you want. I've done that before. I got pissed off because Anthony Fantano didn't read one of my $10 super chats, so I charged that shit back. Got my money back, bitch. I mean, at least I read it. You know, he didn't even read it. It's like, bitch, I gave you $10, man. And yeah, he had a lot of chats going on, but he didn't have a lot of super chats. Like, he could have read mine. He just chose not to because he's a little bitch. 1999, Rhea. Okay. Please go to Walmart and get yourself more glass bowls. Rubbermaid, Brilliance, or Ello. Highly recommend. They also have lids for storing. Yeah, I know. That's kind of like very much on my to get list. Josh is an underground cage fighter. No, I've for better or for worse been out in that world for so long. Especially as a karaoke DJ where like I have to be out in that world. And yeah, I've just seen so many bar fights, and literally they last about 15 to 20 seconds, and it's all upper body, just pushing, fists, maybe a little bit of choking, or but it's like, it's so fast, you know, and then it gets broken up. It's not, I mean, I've seen some ground takedowns here and there, but it's not like it's the fucking UFC. Okay, I think I made my goddamn point. Why don't I just keep playing the fucking episode here?
One of these movies was 1994's Time Cop.
Are we gonna blast to the past? Yeehaw!
Jean-Claude plays Max Walker, a man who loses everything, so he joins the Time Enforcement Commission, or TEC for short, a time-traveling police force that punishes criminals who go back in time to enrich their futures. It's basically Back to the Future 2, but with badass fight scenes and over-the-top gore.
Have a nice day. Fatality.
Walker goes after a corrupt U.S. senator who's making himself rich and powerful by changing the past.
Same matter can occupy the same space.
The movie is mostly Van Damme fighting bad guys in boo haunted houses, and it is technically a Halloween movie if you look at the decorations in the background. It's more about Senate committees than cool time travel. At the end, he stops the senator by working with his past self and forcing 2 pieces of the same matter to occupy the same space. The movie made over...
Oh, that's some good, some crazy CGI work there. $5 super chat, Michael Ackerman. You've never seen a real life They Live fight that goes on for 10 minutes? No. A 10-minute like fight, like bar fight or whatever, like someone's getting like sent to the hospital or being killed, because it's usually like I don't know. Usually it's like one person clearly has the advantage over the other person. It's never like a fair kind of thing, from what I've seen. It's always like way bigger person fucks with some less bigger person, and I don't know. It's fucking so stupid. The height of just male gayness of like, I don't like you, I hit you, ugh, 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 hit you with my club. I don't know. I mean, very fucking rarely is it ever like a justifiable cause. And then the people who I feel like should get like punched in the nose never do, so it's just one of those weird things.
$100 million at the box office and is Jean-Claude Van Damme's highest grossing film of the time. So a video game based on it must have been a no-brainer.
Sorry, $10 super chat from White Noise. Nah, I just fucked up and sent the $5 twice, but I appreciate you offering a return. If I were to ask for a refund for anything, it would be for your lack of interest of Tool. What are you talking about? I love Tool. What makes you say that I have a lack of interest in Tool? Please expound upon that.
They asked Van Damme to be in the game for the digitization, but this is
Huge fan of Tool. What are you talking? That bothers me. Well, I'm a huge fan of Tool.
what he said.
I've seen him live like 3 times in my life.
Read it.
Developed by French Cryo Interactive, the game came out in April '95 in the US. Unfortunately, that was 7 months after the movie debuted in theaters and several months after the VHS tape had hit stores.
That split that did he do like a split on like a washer and dryer? What was that?
For shelves. Timely. They couldn't plan the game's release a little closer to either of those dates? Well, who am I to judge? It came out 30 years ago, and I'm only just reviewing
Shelf
it today.
warmer, very
And
clever.
It's even been 20 years since the game's future date. The first level takes place in 2005. Wow, you're feeling old when the future was so long ago.
Okay, we had a slight discussion on you vids about it. Maybe I misunderstood. No, I have a lack of interest in A Perfect Circle. Tool, from Undertow to Anima to Lateralis, some of 10,000 Days. I mean, they don't have a huge discography, but like the albums they did put out were really fucking good. No, I very much love me some Tool. Like I said, I've seen them live like 3 times in my life. So I was actually able to catch them on their Lateralis tour back in like 2002, which is probably my favorite album by them. So yeah, Perfect Circle though I don't give a fuck about, or Pussifer or any other fucking side thing that Maynard's got going on.
The game begins with a lengthy opening text crawl crammed into the lower third of the screen. Also, they could put in a crappy-looking movie still above it. Whose idea was this?
You look like shit to me.
It's not even that recognizable of an image. It's just a random shot of the security monitors from TEC headquarters. Imagine if they did this in Super Star Wars. Just stuffed the opening crawl under
Thank you,
picture
White
of
Noise.
Mos Eisley. The opening quickly recaps the events of the movie and then goes on to explain that the game is actually a sequel to it. The chronologically confused hairs on the back of my scrotum are standing at full attention now, because I gotta ask, why wasn't this game called Time Cop 2? Maybe it was meant to be
No, I've never tried
instead.
Maynard's Wine.
A movie that sucked so hard the studio used time travel to wipe
But I
it
know
from
what you're talking
existence,
about.
so it appeared as a game instead. The only problem with that, there actually was Time Cop 2, the Berlin decision. So too bad that wipes out a potentially good plot device for this episode. To make things even more confusing, the cover is illustrated like...
Oh yeah, so I've seen that cover in every retro video game store I've ever been in when I was collecting for Super Nintendo. I would always see that cover. I'm like, why is like Cyclops on the cover? Or, like, is this a Marvel game? But it's made by JVC. Because I was like, if it's Marvel, wouldn't it be like a Capcom project? A Capcom project? Don't think I didn't hear my own stutter. I did. Love him or hate him, James does a great job hiding his balding spot at the top. I mean, fair enough. I do a good job hiding my fucking gut. You know, when it's not like in the view of the camera, it's easy to hide it. But back, $4.99, no comment. Just here looking forward to some AVGN impressions. I don't know if I have any impressions. I don't think I do a James Rolfe impression. That's more of a Frankie Frayne thing from Red Cow Arcade.
A comic book. After all, Time Cop began as a comic, so is it trying to be a sequel to the movie?
Wait. How are they able to bite off Cyclops so closely like that and Marvel not come knocking at their door? Like, that literally, I mean, I don't know. I guess Cyclops had more of the visor. I can see 2 little red slits on that thing. But even the hair and the face, like, that's what Cyclops from X-Men looked like. Very similar, at least. He didn't have those sick-ass riveted shoulder pads, which, I mean, if you're going to be a fucking Marvel character, you have to have those. At least somebody in your crew has to have the riveted, like, shoulder pad things. Anyway.
Or the comic? Anyway, the main villain is Professor Kleindost. But hang on, let's stop for a moment and look at this goofball.
Yeah, that guy looks like a crackhead. That actually looks like this, when I worked for this wedding DJ company, like one of our other wedding DJs, his name, well, I won't say his name. He kind of looked like that, like without the glasses, but, yeah, anyway. Michael Ackerman, $5, James Rolfe impression. Yeah. What is that, I can't do that weird face that James does. I can't do that one on command. I never make that face. I don't know what you would call that one with the deep, like, I don't know. That is not a face that Josh makes in nature, so it's a little uncommon, you see.
I need to explain. Dr. Kleindost in the movie was a character that was only mentioned in expositional dialogue. He never actually appeared on screen. So this is not a screenshot. They got a fresh actor for the game, and this is the face he made. What did they say to the guy? What did they give him to invoke that kind of reaction? He even laughs on the game over screen like a lunatic.
I wish James Rolfe had made fun of this guy more than calling him like a goofball, or it's like he's wanting to like set an example for his kids about like not bullying people now. So he's like, what a character, what a bozo. Well, look at this goofball. Like he has become the plumbers don't wear ties like narrator. Because if you remember that episode, the narrator was like, "Who's this character? What a bozo!" Like, I don't know. I feel like old James would went harder in the paint on that one, but maybe not. I don't know.
Were they aware of the semi-serious tone of the movie? This guy doesn't fit at all. Could you imagine him being in the movie? It would be like in the original Star Wars. You know how you never see the Emperor? Well, imagine if you did, but he comes out wearing Groucho Marx glasses.
Perfect comparison. That is a 1-to-1 comparison there. Nailed it.
This entire opening sequence takes a minute and a half to scroll by, and my only takeaway from the whole thing are the spelling mistakes. Kleindost was the only person to conceive time scan? Conceive? Are you sure you don't mean deceive? Or hey, what do I know? Maybe he has the technology to give birth to a machine in the far-flung future of 2005. Wait a minute. Let the duel begins?
$20 super chat from the Pizza King. I was thinking about you earlier today, Pizza King, because I uploaded a new video to my Patreon on. Now, I was looking at my review I did of the Cool World soundtrack. Remember that animated movie Cool World? Well, anyway, I just uploaded a new video on there today, which, by the way, if you want the Justy Silverman video that I did. That's currently the only place that you can watch it. Anyway, Pizza King says, I'm kind of sick and won't be around for a few months. Best of luck to you. Well, shit, bro. That's ominous. Bet you better come back or send me a DM or something. Tell me that you're doing all right. But if you'd like to see some of Pizza King's suggestions of albums he want reviewed, or if you want to see the Lusty Justy Silverman review, let me hawk some more of my shit. My Patreon link is in the chat. I hardly even promote this, but it's worth it. I put a lot of work into this fucking thing. I just uploaded a new video today, but there's also the Justin Silverman video that only lives on Patreon for right now. Put a lot of work into that one. Pretty upset that one got banned off of YouTube, not gonna lie, but I really hope you go and the typical watching strategy, if I could take on James Rolfe's curator voice right now, the typical watching strategy for the Justy Silverman video from my Patreon channel is they do the $5 subscription, they watch the Justin Silverman video, and then they promptly cancel their subscription. But there's a lot of other videos on there that might be of interest to you, especially if you like the music side of my channel. So go and give it a looky-loo, I guess. The link's in the chat there, so do that.
Did anyone proofread this piece of shit? All right, enough of this. Let's just play the Van Damme game already.
FBI. Get on it.
Well, now we're in deep shit. I'll refer to this as the Mortal Kombat look. And it's never a good sign. The odds of a game being good with this art style without the accompaniment of the words Mortal Kombat or Jackie Chan and Fists of Fire range from pretty fucking slim to not a snowball's chance in hell. Batman Forever was an omen. Now the character kinda looks like Van Damme if I take my glasses off and squint hard enough. But who am I kidding? It's barely a likeness at best. They did try to at least match some of Van Damme's martial arts moves, like a leg sweep, the flying jump kick, which is a one-hit kill for most enemies in the game, and his ability to jump 6 feet in the air. They also give you a gun, so just use that instead. Well,
I don't know, that one caught me in a weird way. Yeah, his ability to jump 6 feet in the air. Yeah, that is a very high jump. Wow. That is the first time I've laughed at this video so far.
you run out of bullets at least. Speaking of which, the moves are so slow that whenever I engage with an enemy, 9 times out of 10, I get hit, unless I use the leg sweep. Yeah, it's cheap and I don't feel good about it, but it's reliable. It's kind of like spamming the leg sweep in Kung Fu on NES. Or sometimes I just try my luck and jump over them. You can kick a robot.
Why does he jump so high? And it's like he's like kicking his legs like as he's like jumping through the air, like that's comical.
Gatling gun to death, so I can only imagine his legs are made of solid steel, that or steel-toed boots. I mean, look at him obliterate this probe droid. Van Damme! You have a bomb that wipes out everybody on screen, but it's too slow. I still get hit, so what's the point? I will say, this game has some pretty cool music, but why do I keep hearing FBI?
FBI. Get on it.
Wow, real catchy hook. FBI? Yeah, put that over some club music. The layout is like a maze with no clear indication of where to go. Anytime I reach the edge of the screen, it's always a dead end. God fucking Van Damme! And there's always doors in the background just for decoration. You think you could go in there. I mean, they open and close, but you still can't go in! The worst part of all, there's a time limit. Time cop? More like not enough time, cop! And according to the manual, you can only spend so much time in one sector before disintegration. Wow, talk about a raw deal. I mean, you get sent back in time, but then you have to rush, and any deviation from your mission will result in your instant death. I mean, do you think maybe you could send me back in time just a little further? Please? Thankfully, they have clocks you can pick up that give you bonus time. Yeah, like Back to the Future. Yippee. How about just don't have a time limit? Then we come to the underwater stage, my favorite. Why do so many games have to have one of these? Ninja Turtles, Goonies 2, A Boy and His Blob, Earthworm Jim, Gex.
Earthworm Jim. I need to replay that game. I love it. I mean, they're hard as fuck. But so is Silk Song. Hollow Knight, the sequel. That one's hard too. It's ass. think I've almost beaten Silk Song, goddammit. Oh my god, that game. It's fun, but Jesus Christ. Talk about some like OG difficult 2D fucking side-scrolling adventures. Silk Song is such a pain in the ass!
List goes on. But this underwater stage takes place in 1945, if you care. I like the ripple effect in the graphics. That is a cool detail. And like I said, the music is kinda rockin'. But why can't I duck?
Tommy, whoa. It ain't no law to duck.
Is there some law against ducking underwater? He just stands up tall, making himself a big target, and even jumps from a standstill. This makes it extremely hard to get by all the octopuses. Yeah, I mean, do you think there's enough octopuses here? There's even a giant one at the end of the...
Bruh, Pencil Punk, I know you capping right now, dog. This shit hot as fuck. I cut my queef on NES, hard NES games and SNES games and all that shit. I know all about that shit, cuck. Get out of here with that cap ass bullshit, motherfucker. Shit, motherfucker.
level. Well, if you ever wanted a game where Van Damme's fighting octopuses in 1945, then this is the game for you. Now I'm in a fucking submersible of some kind, and the game's turned into a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up.
Oh shit, everyone in chat's 12 years old or younger? This is going to be a problem.
I don't mind a little variety, but just look at this thing. How in the hell am I supposed to dodge anything when this takes up half the screen? Next is Wall Street, 1929, and I'm getting shot at the second it starts. What the fuck? Gangsters are dancing down the street, shooting at me. They're hanging out of cars, hanging out of windows, and while there's catchy, upbeat ragtime jazz playing in the background, almost as if in unison with the sound of bullets riddling my fucking body. These motherfuckers in the windows are the worst and are practically impossible to avoid. You can hear them shooting before you see them on screen, so you'd think it'd be simple. But every time without fail, as soon as I move far enough to the right to make them appear, these window fuckers shoot my body full of holes like Swiss cheese. Fuck! Oh, fucking shit. God damn, Van Damme! Come on! The most frustrating part is that I've actually avoided their hail of bullets before, so I know it's doable. Instead, it's just one constant piss.
I forget who said it, but someone's like, yeah, this is pretty much just as good as like what he was doing in like the 2010s. You know, the last 2 episodes that he put out. No, this is just as boring and unentertaining as any other AVGN he's put out. The Metroid games, which came out this year, that one I will say was a high watermark. He hadn't put out anything that good in a long time, in my opinion, because it was actually shit he was like super familiar with, and I think he could really take a bite out of that script, you know, writing for it and all that. You know, how many times can you play like a nondescript, like, yeah, crappy video game, but not like Hong Kong 97 crappy, just kind of like, yeah, it just kind of sucks. It's like he's just done that so many times. It's just like, you know, not saying anything new here whatsoever, but it's like, what else is there to be said at this point? It's just kind of like, okay, ass, yeah, it sucks. Why is this character doing this? Why can't he do this? Logically, he should be able to do this, but he can't. Look at this scene. This is really cheap. How was I supposed to know that you couldn't do that or could do that? Oh, man, and when you get to this boss, it really brings my piss to a boil. You can't get any damage on him. How are you supposed to defeat him? I have no idea. Then when I looked it up, I found out, oh, you were supposed to do that. How was I supposed to know to do that? I don't know. What else you got? Like, oh, and the time limit, that will be your worst nightmare. Yeah, did I mention there's a time limit? If you don't do this, or if you do this, you will die before the time is up. I mean, it's just literally like a template now. You could literally probably use AI to just plug in some Bimmy isms or just some common complaints. You could make a fucking That could be a video idea. The 10 most common. That sounds like a Jason Graves idea, honestly. That sounds like something that he would put the time into making, because he's got, I guess, all the time in the world to do this kind of research. Like the top 10 most common AVGN complaints. There you go, Jason. If this gets back to you somehow, that's an idea for your channel.
Stream of white hot lead to the face. There's also the never-ending threat of a jerk-off driving across the screen taking pot shots every 5 seconds. A drive-by, if you will. By the way, can anyone tell me where to find a drugstore and a newsstand? Oh, that's right, they're on every fucking block. That's convenient. At the end of the level, you fight a robot that mysteriously resembles Rob. This never happened in the movie. And why didn't it? That would have been awesome. So, naturally, I proceeded to beat the ever-loving crap out of that robo-fuckazoid piece of shit until it explodes.
No. Paul asks, think James uses ChatGPT on his scripts. Now, for better or for worse, James has a voice. That's why he got caught with the quickness on his 28 Days Later Monster Madness review. Because, like, even at that point, that was like, what, 4 years ago at this point? James Rolfe has a voice in his scripts. That's why I've never even considered doing it, because like I feel like I have a voice. I have things that I would say and that I wouldn't say, and I feel like my own style of writing. I know for a fact James is anybody like. You could write a spec script for an AVGN episode at this point. Like, everybody knows, if you're watching this right now, you probably have some kind of investment in James Rolfe. Everybody, like, kind of knows the James Rolfe, like, writing voice. So if you were to, like, do a spec script is basically you write a script as, like, you pick a game that James hasn't done, for instance, and then you write a script as to, like, what he would say, as if James were going to, like, read the script and do it as an actual AVGN episode. I mean, people do this all, like would-be, like, new writers. They'll do, like, spec scripts for, like, whatever show you're, like Seinfeld. There was, like, a bajillion spec scripts that were written for, like, Seinfeld episodes that never existed, and it just kind of shows. It's something you send around to, I guess, if you're in that industry in Hollywood, you send it to agents or whatever to show, like, your writing prowess. Like, yeah, so, I mean, you could easily do an AVGN spec script on a crappy game. That might be another good idea for me. Josh does a spec script on an AVGN game. But yeah, you can do spec scripts for like proven intellectual properties, because you're a fan of it and you get the voice of the character down, not the actual physical voice, but the essence of the character down, to where, like, you can write for that character without actually having to perform or be able to perform that character. Just because you get their rhythms, their cadences, the things they do say, the things that they wouldn't say, all that kind of shit. Like, you learn all these things because it is a fleshed out character. And now we're on episode number 200 and 300 or whatever. I don't know what. But yeah, I mean, after watching every single one of AVGN's episodes this whole time, like, yeah, I have a good sense of, like, this character. Probably a better sense of the character back when he was in his heyday. I don't necessarily know how I'd write for him, how he writes now, because, like, he definitely holds back on a lot of jokes. Like, he like, for instance, would use, like, the word restarted oftentimes. I mean, wait, it rhymes with restarted, something like that. Mentally disabled. He would do edgier jokes, like, about, like, the Sega CD and the Sega 32X, like, they look like they're raping the Sega Genesis. That was a joke that he used, that he would never use now. So, like, I don't know how to write for him now, because he has this weird parental filter on how he writes. But I could write for AVGN if it was classic AVGN, where you're like not holding back on jokes or whatever. But like now I wouldn't know how to write for him, because like he would probably rewrite the script and take a lot of shit out, change it, modify it to suit the sponsors now. Because I'm sure like that plays into his script writing these days. He doesn't want to like upset the sponsors too much, you know? Like they don't, like the X Factor, whatever that meal company was at the beginning of this video, like they probably don't want to be associated with someone who's making like rape jokes, even if it's referring to like an inanimate object like a Sega CD or something like that. So I'm sure James knows these things. Or maybe it's just because my kids, my age, my wife, he has just doesn't, you know, he's just not edgy like that. Like he was, like everyone is when they're in their 20s and they're wanting to like make a name for themselves. So anyway, I've been yapping for long enough now.
Level 4, German. Not Germany, just German. The typos never end. Kleindost is working with the Nazis now and has given them advanced modern weaponry, or weaponly, if you go by the game. Seriously, did nobody proofread this? And where are these so-called advanced modern weapons? I'm expecting laser beams or overpowered machine guns like the movie's opening scene when the time traveler kills all those Confederate soldiers. No, the soldiers just stop and fire their Lugers at me, like every other enemy. Nothing special about that at all. Other enemies in the stage include mortars, boulders, and barbed wire. Wow, I never thought we could top bats, spiders, and snakes for the most uninspired enemies in video game history. But Time Cop might have done it. The boss of the level is a screen-covering tank. Again, not advanced modern technology. I can't even tell if I'm doing any damage to this thing, but I unload every bullet I have into it until it ends. The next few levels are all more the same. Beating up bad guys, destroying robots, getting lost until the time limit kills you, and then eventually finding the stage exit. Mind you, you only get 2 continues in this game, so you don't want to fuck up too much. In the final stage, you confront Dr. Kleindost. Suddenly I'm having flashbacks to the Rocketeer for some reason. I wonder why. Must be the shitty controls. Can't think anything else it could be. Oh, that's right, the fucking jetpack. Like many games with a jetpack, the developers decide to emulate the weightlessness of flying.
This reminds me of like classic like Conan when he was like I think it was before he got the Tonight Show. they had this lever like by Conan's desk, and whenever they would like pull the lever, they would show a random clip from Walker, Texas Ranger. Dude, Conan, man, that show was the end-all, be-all for late-night talk shows for me, as far as I'm concerned. Especially before he did The Tonight Show. Back when it was still, like, Late Night with Conan O'Brien. They had this random lever at some point in the show, and whenever they would... So they pulled it one time, and it was, like, Chuck Norris, like, with a rocket pack, like, or jet pack or whatever, flying into the air. It's just, I don't know, man. Like... Conan's sensibilities were my sensibilities when it came to comedy.
By adding a lot of floatiness to your character's movement. So now, any press of the button makes Walker speed across the screen, usually right into danger. The entire stage is covered with landmines, or should I call them air mines? Floaters? Either way, you want to avoid crashing into them until you get to Kleindost. And we sure as shit don't want to restart the entire game over again at this point.
And to be honest, Conan was too good for the fucking Tonight Show. Like, if you have to water down like what you're doing to appeal to a broader audience, like fuck that. Like, that's fucking lame. Like, I hate that he got like fucked out of that deal or whatever. I mean, he still got like millions and millions of dollars because his contract that he signed still paid him out, you know, even though he didn't get to host the show. Like, so you can't feel that bad, you know, for the guy because he's still like became a multi-millionaire even though he didn't get the Tonight Show. Like, I tried watching some of Conan on Tonight Show, and yeah, you could tell he was holding back, and like, I don't know, some dildo like Jimmy Fallon is probably better suited for that shit. I forgot about some Jimmy Fallon thing. He does that covering the songs with like like play school instruments or whatever. I saw one with the Who today. Won't Get Fooled Again. That was actually pretty fucking impressive. That's a good bit. Whoever thought about that idea. I don't know. Fucking late night fucking talk shows just in general kind of suck in my mind anyway.
Over something that stupid. Well, when you finally do get the Kleindost, the bastard flies away right off the damn screen. How the hell am I supposed to hit him if he won't come back? Now, a lot of games have this problem, but Jesus Christ, does this one in particular rub my rhubarb the wrong way. It's the final boss, and he's hiding outside the bounds of the stage, mocking me. This guy's laughed at me enough. He's not gonna break my spirit. I'm gonna blow him out of the air and end this piece of shit. Fucking asshole. After landing the final shot, he explodes. And then, after all that, the screen goes black. Kleindost slowly enters the frame. He laughs. And then his body flattens in on itself, and he explodes. Cut to credits. No congratulations, no thank you, no pomp and circumstance, not even a quick pat on the ass on your way out the door. Nothing. They just dump you into the end credits and leave you with a cold, dead feeling inside of you as the game's parting words spin towards you. The end. Is that a D or a P?
Well, Jean.
James, stop being so obtuse. You know that's supposed to be a D. Stop trying to milk whatever comedy you think there is and just harping on if it's a D or a P. Jesus Christ.
Claude goddamn Van Damme!
It was funny in the Friday the 13th episode a million years ago when you went on about congratulations or whatever it said, or the end screen, like, all your friends are dead, you know, fuck you or whatever. Like, that was funny, but being like, is that a D or a P? That's like that's equivalent to James's onstage banter with Rex Viper in between songs before they do You're the Best Around, and then James gets on the mic with Rex Viper and he's like, you know what you are, you're the best. And then they went into the song and it was just like, wow, that's some primo stage banter right there, buddy.
This game fucking sucks. I wish I never played it, and I'm gonna make sure I never did. Well, who am I to judge? The game came out 30 years ago, and I'm only just reviewing it today. And it's been...
Michael Ackerman, $5 super chat. It's no, you're a winner. Yeah, there's way funnier end screens that he's talked about a bazillion years ago when I still had hope in my eyes.
And even 20 years since the game's future date. The first level takes place in 2005. Wow. You know you're feeling old when the future was so long ago. Oh, I get it.
I wonder if, because he does this bit at the end, I wonder if this makes it one of his high production episodes in his mind.
Let's destroy the game. The same matter cannot occupy the same space at the same time.
Yeah, you're getting time fucked, bitch. Yeah, how do you like that, game? Oh shit.
I'd like to know who the Sean O'Rourke guy is. I think he is very purposely stayed off off the fucking camera. Yeah. He's learned from the sins of the previous contributors or the help. You get help, guys. Oh, and I guess Sean also helped write this. I wonder if Sean is on What if he's on the Googles here? Let me just type it in real quick, see what happens. Sean O. Irish name. Sean O'Rourke. Okay, nope. It's not the guy born in... He's not the Irish journalist and broadcaster, no. Okay, he's got an IMDb. Sean O'Rourke is known for The Angry Video Game Nerd 2004? Oh, wait, I guess it's saying because it started in 2004? The Angry Video Game Nerd 8-Bit and Screaming Soup 2014. Okay. He was an editor on the TV series Movie Dumpster in 2018. Personal details, alternative name Santa. Okay, what is Screaming Soup? The web's #1 animated horror host, Dead West, and his band of misfits in the afterlife review some of the world's cheesiest horror movies as they defend their favorite bar from monsters and embark on wacky adventures. Stars Dan Fowler, Amanda Capps, Doug Powell. What, was he like an editor on this or something? I don't think he was ever in front of the camera. All cast and crew. Okay. Wow. There's a lot of people on this fucking show. The fuck is all right, let's see what the Screaming Soup is if it's on YouTube. And furthermore, is this something that I'm going to get shut down for even talking about? Screaming Soup. Oh, there it is. It's got almost 7,000 subscribers. Wow. I've got way more subscribers than you. Oh my god, my cock is so huge. Okay, the last thing they put out was a year ago. $1.99, but back. Walker said I have AIDS. Best lever pull. Oh, I don't remember that one. Damn. I just remember the jetpack one thing that was really fucking funny. Oh, this is some like internet based cartoon thing. This does not look worth me watching. Okay, well, whatever. Clearly, Sean O'Rourke is trying to stay off the interwebs. Oh, what's that? Yeah, I don't have any more Bimmy content. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you think? Is that what you honestly think? You honestly think I don't have anything else planned? You thought I was that dense? That I wouldn't have planned anything? Like, I'm like I wouldn't have died for your sins so I can go and prepare for you a place up in the celestial skies? You are fucking wrong. Dead wrong. This is why James Rolfe loves film noir.
The horror movie season has ended, and as you sit amongst your rotten pumpkins and post-Halloween sorrows, you wonder, is it time to move on to Christmas so soon? Or is there another type of film that can bridge the dark to the light? Welcome to Noir-vember. Yes, that is actually a thing. What a great month to take a trip down the foggy back alleys and dark city streets and examine a world of corruption and morally ambiguous characters. Film noir has given us some of the most iconic images of American cinema. The shape of a man in a trench coat and fedora hat is something that has always stuck in my mind and has transcended into many of my old short films. But when did the obsession start? How deep does it go? And what is it we love about film noir?
I don't necessarily love film noir personally. I mean, I love the aesthetic of it, but I don't know if I give a fuck about any of the movies, honestly.
Film noir is a topic that I always wished I talked about more on Cinemassacre. As a kid, I've seen the film noir tropes in cartoons, video games, and movies like Roger Rabbit, Dick Tracy, and even Home Alone.
All right, Johnny, I'm sorry.
1, 2, 10.
I wasn't aware they were referencing a famous era of film until my teenage years, and I didn't even know I loved film noir as much as I did until my college years. It came up in all my film classes. I even had an...
Oh, I watched Dark City, that movie on, they made a movie out of that one. I remember not caring for it. Sin City is probably like one of the only modern film noir movies that I actually really like. I'm trying to think. I've always had a morbid curiosity to watch Dick Tracy, but I heard that's not a very good movie.
Entire class on the subject. But no matter how much research, how many movies you watch, how many books you read, film noir remains a bit of a mystery. And that's what's so cool.
This is just me, but if the movie came out before the 1960s, I can't watch it. I cannot. I cannot. The dialogue is just too long-winded and weird sounding. Like they do that whole sped up transatlantic accent, eh? Well, what are you doing there? Well, what are you supposing I'm doing? Oh, I'm supposing you're doing something you shouldn't be doing. Well, I'm supposing you're supposing that you're supposing you're wrong. Just all that shit. Like I can't really fuck with it. Like the 60s, I think, is really the first decade of movies that are even beginning to be acceptable to my eyeballs. 2001: Space Odyssey. Didn't Doctor Strangelove come out in the 60s? I don't know. 70s, definitely, for sure. 70s, they really hit their stride with just movies in general. And obviously anything past that's fine. But yeah, these old 1940, these old ass movies, I just can't do it, man. Oh, Strangelove was 62, goddamn. I know there was some Bond movies that were in the 60s, right? Like, wasn't Goldfinger in the 60s? Yeah, I can't do before the I cannot do it. I can't. They're just, it's too, I can't relate. Doctor No. Oh, it was Doctor. Yeah, and I think I knew that Doctor No. There's like fucking 32 Bond movies, something like that. Some insane amount.
Cool about it. It's hard to define. It's even hard to say. Noir.
No, for any normal person, it's not hard to say at all. It's noir. Film noir. Noir is how you say it. But Bimmy has a tough time even saying mountain, so there you go.
The term was first coined by French critics who described it as a darker type of film, both in tone and literal darkness. That's why it's called dark film, film noir. There is a debate whether it's a genre or just a style that transcends many genres. The debates can be quite passionate with no universal consensus, and that's another thing I love. It gives you something to talk about. And for the record, I believe it's a style, a genre, and an era, but that needs some explaining, which I will get to. As an era, it's usually considered to be the 40s and 50s, quite simply. There's a very comprehensive book, The Film Noir Guide by Michael F. Keeney, which catalogs 740 films between 1940 and 1959. Though I subscribe to the notion that the classic era started with The Maltese Falcon and ended with Touch of Evil. That would be 1941 to 58. But whatever the case, it's worth mentioning all the gangster films which preceded it in the 30s, like Little Caesar with Edward G. Robinson, The Public Enemy with James Cagney, and the original Scarface with Paul Mooney. It's never been proven why these films can't be considered film noir, but I believe the answer has something to do with the morality of the characters. They were simply bad guys. They did awful deeds and they got punished. The message was that crime doesn't pay. But in film noir, crime might pay. It's more ambiguous. There generally aren't any real good guys. Everybody's crooked in some way. And as film critic Roger Ebert once said, film noir never has a happy ending. Now that I've defined the era,
okay,
what about this?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't see myself wanting to watch this. So I think we're going to pivot to. It seems like you guys can't get enough of Pat the NES Punk. So, but before we get to Pat the NES Punk over here, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Stick with me, Massachusetts. If you vote for me in the primaries, I can promise you no new taxes. I'm JFK. Please tell me I can count on your vote. Ask not what your country can do for you. What can you do for the Jews? Oh! No more of that. Yeah, no, I piss in buckets by my toilet. Sometimes it's the trash can, whatever, if I forget to set a bucket out, and then I go and I go to toss the bucket out the window. Sometimes I forget the window, I leave it closed, and it just hits the window and splashes all over the place in my other room there, in my sunroom, I guess you could say, and boy, does that cause a stink. And I'm not saying like that is a proverbial stink. It just smells like ammonia piss smell in my Florida room, which radiates throughout the whole house. That's just how I like to pee, though. It's my own house. I'm an American. I can do that as I see fit. That's my right. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you how I poop, you sick fuck. What are you doing? Why are you asking me that? Before we go to the Pat the Ass Punk thing, I'm sorry. While I have 100 plus of you here, we got to watch this again. I'm sorry.
Yes. Why don't you just tell the audience?
I don't want to destroy a human life. Because I don't want to destroy someone's fucking life. Because I don't want to destroy somebody's life. Because I don't want to destroy somebody's life. Because I don't want to destroy somebody's life.
Okay.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You just sat here.
I'll destroy mine all day. I'll destroy mine all day. And my dad is dead, and my mom is dead. I'll talk about those pieces of shit till they fucking rot.
Yeah, but Chad and Desi aren't dead.
Still fucking alive. I will not. We've talked about it. We made an agreement, and I'm not going to do that for internet clout. I'm not going to do that so the Keemstar can jerk off to it. No, thank you. We're not here for the fucking audience to get off on.
We understand that you talk loud. That doesn't
fucking life. Your goddamn internet clout. This is not a topic I will cover for internet clout.
Nobody's talking about that copper. Here's what I'm trying to talk to you about, Mr. Talk Loud.
Later.
Mr.
You're on
Talk
a lot
Loud.
of medicine, Boogie. Is any of those medicines an SSRI?
Go fuck yourself. I will divulge no more medical information to any of you motherfuckers.
This is you ain't got to tell me what it is. Like there's a bevy of medicine.
Yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Because you need to be on an SSRI.
Bro,
because like
just
you
stop.
should not have this emotion.
Wings, stop. Just stop.
A few moments later.
Why don't you say what you want to say about the situation?
I want to die. That's what I say over and over and over again. I hate being alive. I hate.
Look at the range of motion that this looks like he's wearing a full barrel under his shirt. Like he put like a quadruple XL shirt over a barrel. Look at the range of movement, though, that he has.
I hate being alive. I hate breathing. I hate being alive. I'm in tremendous pain. I'm in tremendous pain. Help me, help me, help me. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain.
All right, well then, okay, let's get off the
What else
internet.
do you-
Let's just get off.
What do you want me to talk about instead? What do you want me to talk about
No,
instead?
I'm not. This goes back to like last night. You're not mentally fit to be on the show. It's irresponsible.
No, what did you want to talk about? Anything but the abuse. What are you doing to my play button?
It's not. It's not.
Boogie says tipples at some moment. I got to spell it in the chat. Swear to God, he says tipples. Being dead in his meltdown, he says, "My mom twisted my tipples," or something like that.
Chris, talking about 4-year-old girls.
I got a question.
With that?
And by the way, I know you can't talk about your sister. You said you would talk about your dad and mother all day. So will you address those issues? Because
yes, my mother twitted my fucking tipples.
My tipples. What's it called? Oh my God, this guy! I love him. I hope that nothing bad ever happens to him.
That's part of the abuse. And she twisted my balls and my dick. And she told me that sex was disgusting and awful. And she told me that only just.
Oh man, this might be a little pathetic and sad if I didn't think he was completely lying through his fucking teeth. But you know, well anyway.
Disgusting, awful people had it.
Okay, but then well, let's not talk about any of it.
No, my dad fucking masturbated in front of me and showed me pornography and asked me if I wanted to join in and encouraged me to touch him, and I fucking did! I did! I fucking did! I fucking did! I fucking did!
No.
There, can we be done? Can we be done with it?
We're
Can we
done.
be done with
We're
it?
done. We're done. We're
Thank
done with
you,
it.
thank
We're done with
you.
that conversation. I don't.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're done with that
Thank you.
conversation.
Thank you.
I got something I had asked that has nothing to do with that kind of conversation.
A few inches later.
So down and depressed and in pain.
I
didn't have an
fucking
answer.
hate myself every
Why?
second. Because I'm a piece of shit. Have you not read the fucking internet?
The internet's not always right. Like
They are. They fucking are. They fucking are. I am a piece of shit. I am human garbage.
Do not hit yourself.
Yeah,
or I have
don't
to
hit
hang
yourself,
up.
buddy.
Or I have to hang.
When Keemstar is the voice of reason, that's how you know. That's how you know you got a good lolcow live going on.
Hang up on you. No self-harm shit at all. In fact, the yelling and screaming is kind of self-harm. You gotta stop. You gotta
Those
talk.
cheeseburgers, be. Let me do that for a year.
You gotta talk normal, bro. You can't have these outbursts like this. Come on.
Eventually.
Positive things about the aspect.
All right, so this is. I was talking to Zombie Trash the other day. We talk, and my whole take on this, what we're seeing, this display. Okay, right. Before you think I'm an unfeeling, inhumane monster, I think this is all a performance. 110%. I think this is all a performance. You don't reach that level of anger and just calm right the fuck back down like that. Like, this dude's like level 10, shaking, just, you know, just shaking his fucking webcam, just freaking out. And then he'll just, like, in the next frame, he'll be like, all right, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? We can talk about something else. Like, I've been that angry like maybe once in my entire life. And it took me the whole ass day for me to like smooth my ass back out and calm the fuck down. It didn't, I wasn't able to flip a switch and just be, I mean, all of you guys here have been angry, very angry at some point in your life. Were you able to just flip a switch and be like, all right, what are we talking about? All right, what else are we talking about? Let's talk about something else. I told you I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to. All right, so what do you want to talk about? You know, it's a performance. Boogie knows what he's doing. He's not a dumb guy. I would never accuse Boogie of being dumb. I think he's very intelligent. And I think he knows exactly how to, like, you know, I'm sure he's you know, had some shit happening, as everyone has, but you don't transmute that into becoming morbidly obese. I don't know. But yeah, it's a performance. I mean, I'm not going to like try to like therapeutikize over hyperbolize his life as if I know, because I don't, but like I do know that you're not able to switch it on and off like that. So knowing, and I shouldn't even have to explain any of this, because if you know anything about this guy, you already know this shit to be true. Knowing all that, that's why it's funny to me, because it's fucking the depths of patheticness and desperation, and I don't know, it's just kind of fun. That's why Keemstar he knew one of these guys would end up fucking up. Now, surprisingly, Wings of Redemption sadly seems to be the logical one a lot of times here. Now, Wings did lose his shit. They did some fucking camping thing in Wings. He kind of like broke the fourth wall and brought up the fact that they were gonna bring out like Rich's ex. I don't know. I would say fuck buddy, but apparently they never fucked, Betty Boop or whatever. And he kind of like broke the fourth wall and said that it was basically all fake and performative or whatever. And Keem got like really pissed off at Wings, and then Wings got pissed off. And then Wings tried to like swing on Keem, yada yada yada. So like he had his moment, but not nearly as much. Boogie's like the pièce de la résistance, or however the fuck you say it, for this podcast. No Boogie, there's no lolcow live. I mean, you gotta have Boogie. You know, people may clown on Darkside Phil, but Darkside Phil was the only one who was like, no, I'm not doing that. Why would I do that? Why would I do something called lolcow live? I'm not gonna do that. My DSP's voice is very similar to Boogie's, I understand, but yeah, DSP just chose not to involve himself in this, and yet DSP's the stupid one. I don't know. He's kind of coming out on top on this score, at least. On this particular, very specific moment, he came out on top.
Of this whole situation, you just ignore
None of it's
it.
positive. None of it's positive. None of it's positive. I don't want any of those things.
We
You
have
understand?
19,000 real viewers here. This is not botted.
We have 10 million. I don't care. The only thing I care about in the world is not being in miserable fucking pain. That's all I want. That's all I want. I want to wake up tomorrow not in miserable fucking pain. That's all I want. The 10 million, 20 million, 5 million watchers won't do that.
How's your weight doing? How's your weight doing right now?
It's down because I'm on a medication that I can no longer afford, by the way, but I've lost 24 fucking pounds on the piece of shit, but I get to put it all back on because I don't have the fucking money.
Let's
to pay
go.
for the goddamn medication.
He is a mobile guy for as fat as he is. He snapped the fuck right up with the quickness. He's a very mobile, forward person. Wasn't he in one of those guys? Oh wait, was this before? Yeah, I was thinking like he did one of those game cons where he was in the little rascal scooter thing the whole time because he was so fat that he couldn't walk. I mean, he's lost enough weight too. He's able to snap up onto it. I mean, he's an older guy too. He's not even like that young to have that quick reflexive movement to just stand up and be like, you know, whatever. Like, that's some for being as fat as he is, that's kind of impressive. Who would have thought? I didn't know this. I mean, I guess this is a pretty common thing. I didn't know that you could get because he didn't get the lap band, right? Like Boogie got the full Monty. He got the full, like, we're cutting off 90% of your stomach, leaving the size of an egg of what's left of your stomach, and he still managed to stay fat as fuck. Like, that is kind of impressive. Like, you must be like, is he like mainlining the grease right into his veins or some shit? Like, how do you I guess that's more of a common thing than what's talked about. How does that happen, mate? I don't understand how that happens. I don't get how they go in and they remove your stomach, right? So you eat a teaspoon of croutons and you're like, no, it's enough for me, full. Don't need no more. Thank you very much. And you still gain weight and become a fat fuck. I don't get it. I really don't understand. I don't know how that's possible. He has blown my mind, quite frankly. I can't get over it. And, yeah, it's a little bit gobsmacked, not gonna lie. Wow, what a fat piece of shit. What a little bitch. Wait, that's not quite Australian enough. I'm trying to summon the Carl Jobs infamous, what a little bitch. Fucking Carl Jobs. For anybody calling anybody a little bitch, Carl Jobs should not be, those words should not leave his mouth. He looks like the prototype, like if we're making white people and you need like the original mold to make the first white person, that is Carl Jobs. Like he is blonde hair, just his skin is so pale that you can literally see his central nervous system and his ventricular system. You absolute legends. That's podcast cringe right there. That channel. But yeah, like you just don't want to hear a guy that sounds that Caucasian say, what a little bitch. It just doesn't hit the same.
He lost 24 pounds. 24 pounds. Congratulations.
Can Boogie lose that like weird like black man gigolo like crimped up hair, like long hair thing that he's got going on there, like just like that Jerry Can Boogie lose that Jerry curl, like I'm an old school pimp like hair thing that he's got going on? And it's not doing him any favors at all. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, those shorts are well up his asshole, by the way, too. Which, by the way, like finding Boogie's asshole is the same kind of journey that if you watch the OG Star Wars movies, when they're trying to find that one little hole in the Death Star, that if they fly through that canyon in the Death Star, they after going through fighting all those TIE fighters and shit, they finally see the hole and they shoot the blaster into it and it makes the whole Death Star explode. That's the journey you have to go to find Boogie's asshole. So those shorts are up in there, is what I'm saying.
Buddy, 24 is a big deal.
Put it right back on.
No, you're not going to put it on. You lost it. Good job.
It was the medication that did it. I'm gonna look at it.
That's good.
I'm going to hell.
It's bad. It's bad. How's it good that I can't afford the medication? How's it good? How's it good that I can't afford the medication?
You lost
how's
24
that good?
pounds. You lost 24
I'm
pounds.
gonna put it right back on.
Why are you saying that? Why?
Dude, honestly, how Boogie's acting right now is literally my energy. Anytime I call fucking Xfinity, because they keep charging me for that stupid burner phone, and I'm like, give me my $200 refund. Give it to me now. Give me my $200. Give me my $200. I don't care. I don't care. I've already talked to people. I've already talked to your representatives. I have a case number, and you don't even care about that because you're going to just transfer me again. You're going to transfer me again. I got to tell the same person all over again. My whole story. I don't care. Give me my fucking refund. Give me my refund. I want to talk to a manager. I want to talk to a manager. Help me. Help me. Help me. I want to talk to a manager. I get it. I get it. That's how I feel talking to my cable service cable provider or whatever the fuck. But, you know, it's a different thing. But I'm empathizing with him in that moment.
Why are you instantly?
Because I can't afford the medication. Because I can't afford the medication. Because I can't afford the medication.
Why can't you?
Yeah, you see how calm he gets just then? Like, if you're really like that pissed off. If you're really that pissed off, you're I don't know. You're just gonna like rage quit or something. I don't know. Or you're just like a glutton for punishment and you're just like waiting for them to provoke you some more because you like there's some part of you that like secretly likes it and you like being like, look at all the attention I'm getting right now from being this way. Look at how all the focus has turned on to me since I've started like reacting like this. I like this, so I'm gonna like keep going in that direction.
To afford the medication.
Because I lost my fucking job.
No, you sold your part of your job.
Yeah,
Like,
you're getting money for that.
Which I need for mortgage, but I can't make YouTube videos. I can't live stream. I can't even sell my cards on Whatnot anymore.
Have you tried making
I'm
YouTube
banned
videos?
from the internet. Remember, Keem? I'm banned from the internet. You don't let me do shit. You told me I'm not allowed to do shit.
That's
I
true.
can't even sell my products on Whatnot. I can't even tweet. I can't even fucking post. I can't post my girlfriend's fucking OnlyFans. I can't do shit.
Well, the reason...
Ugh. His girlfriend has an only... By the way, let's just, like, throw this out here now. I mean, this is, like, obvious, goes without saying. Boogie's girlfriend is the definition of a butterface. If I was rich and I had the soundboard with the applause or whatever, yeah, definition of a butterface, his girlfriend, which I feel quite bad for. I would feel worse for, but she's totally bought into his grift, because they had this whole lolcow fucking dinner, Thanksgiving, I don't know what the fuck it was. They had something where a kid behind the camera, they're like, what do you call it? Like, ambushed. That's the word I'm looking for. Like, ambushed him. Apparently there's some old bitchy woman that is associated with kid behind the camera. And she came in and she was like, man, I should find that clip. She's like, oh, hell no, fuck you, Boogie, blah, blah, blah. And like, and she's being very performative too. And like, Boogie's like freaking out. He's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. I don't even know what the fuck the whole kerfuffle was over. But, oh man, I gotta find that clip, dude. Anyway, Boogie ends up like falling forward onto the folding table, almost like a WWE performance, and like the mashed potatoes and all that shit go all over the place. And then Boogie's girlfriend, weighing all of 90 pounds, like jumps onto the girl or lady. She's like an older lady who's also like 300 pounds. And the older lady just grabs Boogie's girlfriend and just like tosses her. She's like not a factor when you're dealing with these colossi, whatever the plural of colossus is. So she's clearly like bought into the kayfabe, you know. So that's why I don't feel bad about, because you know, if she had stayed like this, oh shucks, I'm just a silly girl, I don't know what I don't even think she has a southern accent, but might as well give her one just to add to the, you know, aw shucksness of it all. Oh shucks, I didn't know what I was doing. I just love Boogie and I hope he doesn't die from a heart attack. Oh my God, I love him so much. It takes me so long to find his penis, yada yada yada. Actually, the more I think about it at this point, I think Boogie has more of a clit than a penis, right? Doesn't that make sense? I think it would be more of a clit. Listen to me over here talking shit like, well, I would never get that fat, but I don't know. I could have like a fucking pickled liver. Then some people could dunk on me for that. But see, the liver, that's all on the inside. That's the thing about food addiction. It all very much manifests itself. I could come up in here in a suit and a tie and look like an upstanding cis and then being a raging alcoholic, and you never know. That's the beauty about alcoholism. It's all on the inside, folks. Until you start acting like a jackass, which God knows I've never done that on stream. But anyway, I don't know what I was talking about here. Grandpa's getting off on his stories. Jesus.
To come slap you when you do that?
But listen to me. The reason why I banned you from the internet is because there has to be punishments. And if you do these punishments, I think the internet will...
Dude, Keem is totally getting off on this like God complex, like controlling this already fucking shambles of a human being. And Keem is just pissing on he sees that Boogie is a dumpster fire and he's roasting marshmallows. Is what I'm trying to say.
I don't have enough money.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
One eternity later.
No, Scout. Boogie, keep your chin up, man. You'll get through this. We all go through the storm sometimes. Fault sees us through it. Thank you.
Look, that was inspirational. They had your back.
I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. I just want to get through it. I don't care.
You got
Let
this.
me get through it.
You got this, bro. Let's
Shut
go.
up. Shut up.
You're doing good.
Shut the fuck up. Janelle M says to me it comes down to credibility, as in the Boogie has no.
Again, I harped on this in my past live stream. Why does Keemstar look like he walked fresh off the boat from like a deep sea, like an 8-hour deep sea fishing, like the sun is going to be so bad on the ocean that you need wraparound Tron style goddamn sunglasses. Like you're just listening to Skinnerd out on the fucking schooner for 8 hours, just deep sea fishing. And it's like, oh shit, I got a podcast I have to do. Let me bring in my tackle box and my fishing pole and make fun of this man whose life is in shambles and is 1 degree away from the bumfights.com shit that I was talking about in the again in one of my other live streams. But like good goddamn.
I'm having a hard time giving him any benefit of the doubt. I'm all for listening to all survivors.
What kind of what kind of way of just reading this? You're talking loudly, but it's still somehow kind of monotone. It's not quite Alex Jones, but it's like what kind of reading is this that you're doing? I don't quite get it. Like, I mean, that would be like Alex Jones if he got a lobotomy. Like, he still talked loud, but he like had no feelings or emotions. He's like, what kind of bullshit is this with the liberal left? They're going crazy over there with the transgender people. They're turning all the frogs gay. I don't understand what's going on. It's pissing me off. I don't understand what's going on. It's making me quite angry. God Almighty's going to seek his retribution on everybody. Like, yeah, it's like, you got the anger, but you ain't got any of the inflections, the ups and downs, the roller coaster of, you know, like, I don't understand that. I don't get that, you know. If you're going to do Alex Jones, but, like, just don't do that weird monotone anger. I've never heard monotone anger until right now. That's like a totally new... Boogie's a fucking beat poet. You know, let's be real here. This is kind of art to a certain... This is an NFT. This right here should be an NFT. This video in and of itself, just like that's a whole new thing that I haven't heard before. Just monotoned anger. Like, I swear to God, I'm so mad at you right now that you hit my car. I'm going to call my lawyer. You're going to pay me a lot of money. I swear to God, you're going to be mad about it. You're going to be sorry. You're going to be sorry that you ever did. Please help me. I'm in a lot of pain. Was this a teleprompter there? Oh, yeah, and by the way, next time you come around here, I swear to God, I'm going to kick your ass. Yeah, it's like that.
It's really hard to accept that I'm an advocate, but I can't.
12 seconds later.
Jay Hawker says, Boogie, if you truly love Desi, you would break up with her. If she has the issues you said, she's being with you is going to make it worse, not better. You're going to mess her up. Well, she and her family disagrees, but go off, I guess. Big man on dick. Buy a hat for your hat.
Let him know. Go off, Queen. Go off, Queen.
I'm not interested. Just let me get through it, Dan.
You got this.
Matt, shut the fuck up. Let me get through it, motherfucker.
That's kind of the shift of going from calm to like pissed off. That's kind of me when I'm like really hungover. That's how irritable I am. I'm just, yeah, I get that. I get that irritable. I understand that level of irritability.
Matt Sale says, so only people that aren't capable of refusing his testimony are allowed to be discussed. If they are dead, they're fair game. This is why, Dan, I told you I couldn't talk about this, man.
You can do this.
This is why I told you, no, I can't. I told you I couldn't talk about this.
You knocked this out of the park.
I begged you not to make me talk about this on the show. I begged you.
You crushed it.
I begged you. I begged you. I begged you, Dan. I begged you.
You crushed it. You did very good tonight.
I fucking begged you.
You did. What's going on over there? You did fine.
Oh.
I think you broke your computer. Hello?
He fatted out his internet connection. The cholesterol throttled the connection to where it finally just had a heart attack.
Are you there? Oh my God.
Beavis, what happened to the fat guy?
I think his roommate cut off the power.
He was pretty funny.
No.
Yeah, bring back the fat guy.
Cut off the power.
We want to hear more of the fat guy rant. It's funny to me. Yeah, this guy rules.
Remember how the fucking roommate and the girlfriend...
Don't make me!
Remember how they were watching the power switch?
Help me.
Where if he lost it, they were just going to unplug it. Oh
yeah, I'm in severe pain. Help me! Stop it! I didn't want to talk about King Bunghole.
Oh my fucking God. Oh
Whoa,
my God. Well,
that was pretty cool. This is my rendition of Boogie 2988. Now, that would actually be kind of funny if I sat down and transcribed that rant and did it as Beavis and Butthead. That would be kind of funny. Help me! I'm in extreme pain. I'm sorry, my mom twisted my tipples. She twisted your what, Beavis? What are tipples? Shut up, Butthead! I'm in extreme pain every day. Help me! I told you I want to talk about this bunghole. We may talk about it anyway. Settle down, Beavis, before I kick your ass. This is Keemstar. So Boogie. That's the perfect combo right there. Keemstar's Butthead. Boogie is Beavis. That needs to become a thing. So Boogie, we've heard you've lost weight recently. Care to talk about that? Yeah, I lost weight but I can't afford it. It's the medication, bunghole. I already told you that. I told you not to ask me about that. Whoa, settle down, Boogie. Settle down. We're going to have to remove your internet and stuff. What about your girlfriend? Beavis, shut up. You don't have a girlfriend. Yeah, well, her parents seem to like me, so go off, internet. Butt munch. Beavis, do not insult the internet. They're the ones who are putting a roof over your head. Bung wipe. Shut up, bunghole. Anyway, I don't know. Oh no, that would be fun. That would be a fun thing to do. There. I may do that. I may go back and do a Beavis and Butthead version of that scene, because there's something to be mined there. All right. Well, let's move on to our next target that everyone's a huge fan of over here for some reason. We got the what the fuck are we talking about? Pat and Ian from some gaming convention. Are collectors hurting game collecting? That's kind of a restarted question to ask. Are gamers hurting, or game collectors hurting game collecting? Was that really what they labeled that? Isn't that what game collectors do? Don't they collect games? Am I missing something here? Yeah, I don't get it. Sorry.
This video is brought to you by Titan Map.
This video is brought to you by my horrible lisp that I have for some reason. My name's Ian Ferguson, and I'm here to tell you all about shit that I don't care about anymore. I've not cared about anything game related for the past 15 years, yet for some reason, that's basically like a Butthead voice without doing like the Butthead intonation, because like you have to like learn how to do like a fake lisp, which is not easy, by the way. And then you just kind of add that on top of it. Oh, that was bad. Got to enter into that the right way. But yeah, fucking Ian's goddamn lisp. By the way, these guys, you're gonna see them. Tipples. I love that word. God, tipple. I need an Urban Dictionary of that shit. I'm not super caught up on what that means. No, yeah, Ian and Pat look like shit now. I think it's mainly due to the fact that they're middle-aged, you know, like we will all become, like I'm rocketing towards, but for some reason I've my looking like shit has not hit me full effect yet. It will though. It will. But I think they've both gained like 30 pounds each. And for some reason their faces are like, it's like when bread bakes over the tray. It's kind of what it's doing with their mouths. So I don't know, their like mouths look smaller because their cheeks have gotten bigger. Because, you know, they both settled into that like docile middle age of like not doing a whole lot of like extracurricular activities or just, I don't know. It looks like Ian's metabolism just took a nosedive like 5 or so years ago, and it's just gotten worse and worse. And Pat, you know, he's always had weight issues, but he's just kind of leaned into eating whatever the fuck he eats on his Twitch live streams. And I don't think he does, because, you know, he used to talk about the intermittent fasting all the time, and he never talks about that anymore. He's surrendered to just getting like kind of fat in a weird way. $5 super chat. Ice Hockey Jedi. Have you received any threatening correspondence from Pat Smear yet? Pat Smear being the rhythm guitarist for Foo Fighters / Nirvana. No, Pat can't say shit. This is all free speech and fair use. And I mean, I would love if he did do some shit like that, because I'd make a video on that about how, what a little bitch, Pat the NES punk just gave me a cease and desist. My name is Carl Jobst. And then I'd just get together with some ordinary gamer, what was it? He's an engineer. I would get with the fake engineer, some ordinary gamer, and yeah, we'd just do a takedown of Pat the NES punk. This is all jokes, by the way. I don't care. Even if these people did want to talk to me, I don't want to talk to them. I've got no love for the fake fake e-celebs. They got a couple million subscribers, so they think they're cool. I don't think they accomplished anything. Quite frankly, if you ask me, I don't think they've done quite anything at all. They've just made a bunch of videos talking about same thing I've done. I only got 21,000 though. And I still do karaoke for a living, so whose life is really the saddest? Mine. That's the correct answer. My life is sad. My life is sad. My life is fucking sad. No, I'm just joking. I'm just fucking around with you guys. I'm not gonna get angry. I'm a happy guy. That was some free ASMR there for you. All right, let's see what the fuck this is all about.
Mattress. Finding the right mattress can be tough.
Whoa! To do Pat's whole little shtick. It's been a while since I've seen Ian. Wow. He looks like shit. He looks like he's 52 years old, bro. How old is Ian? Oh my god. That guy looks like microwave dog shit. Honestly, back in the day, I used to think Ian looked like kind of cool. He was just kind of this like skinny hipster guy with long hair. Totally looked like a hipster game store employee, but you know, it was an aesthetic. It looked like, you know, something. He had his little like fucking Leonard Skinner fucking beard, like he was like some like southern rock guitarist or some shit. I even made a comment back in the day on his Twitter. He had posted some selfie of himself, and I was like, dude, you look like the rhythm guitar player for Leonard Skinner. He actually liked the comment. Now he looks like their fucking fat, coked out manager. Jesus Christ. He looks like a lesbian. I don't know, dude. If your face... I'm just going to stop commenting on people's physical appearances for 5 minutes. Is that okay if I stop doing that for like 5? I'll go back to it. But I'm just going to stop for right now.
Especially if you need more support. I've had my Titan mattress for 2 weeks now, and the difference in my sleep has been incredible. Ordering was a breeze. It arrived on...
I cannot believe Ian did a full body like demonstration of this. He must have gotten some serious cash to do this shit. He's not even like fat. He's just like skinny fat. Just like skinny like arms, and like I'm skinny fat, so I can say this about my fellow skinny fat person. Yeah, he's like skinny fat.
On my doorstep quickly and in a compact carton that was easier to handle than a traditional mattress. Unrolling and unpacking was a snap. We barely had the wrapper off, and the mattress was at full size, ready to be made up. The Titan mattress gives me plenty of support while...
Yeah, like his body is that of like a chubby 15-year-old, but then he has this 50-year-old head. Weird. I've never seen anything quite like it.
also being durable enough to hold its shape. The mattresses are designed to support any body type, especially the big, tall, and strong. I chose the Titan Plus Elite, a medium...
It's like all of his weight went to his head. Like all of his excess, like water weight or something. Maybe he's got a thyroid problem. I don't know. I could be giving him a free diagnosis. In America, this would be considered a good thing, because like I'm giving him free medical diagnoses, which, you know, in this country, you take what you can fucking get whenever somebody give you diagnosis. Okay? You look like skinny fat man, thyroid problem, very big head. Something wrong here. Give you free diagnosis. You know, go to doctor. Just go, when you go to doctor, be like, I have thyroid problem, no tests. Give me the pills now. I don't know what accent that was even supposed to be.
Firm mattress because I have back problems and I require the support. It's soft but doesn't get lumpy or uneven, and that difference was immediately noticeable. Now I get excited to go to bed. Titan mattresses are designed, assembled, and shipped from their factory in Arizona. This means they're able to use premium materials at a reasonable price for you with no middleman bringing up the cost. Your mattress is delivered right to your door for free within the US. Titan mattresses have a limited lifetime warranty, and they offer a 120-night sleep trial.
All right, ladies in the chat, just hold the floodgates of your vaginas together right now. I know we're seeing for the first time a sleeping or a Ian with his eyes closed horizontal for the first time. Just keep your panties together. Good Lord. And I guess gay guys or whatever, fancy men, stop. Just keep it together. Don't do that. We don't say that here.
I can't tell you how much I love my Titan mattress, and I think you would too. If you need something supportive that actually holds up, this is...
Nobody better scan that fucking QR code, by the way. I'm not trying to put their ads on blast for free over here. I'm trying to fucking walk over here.
That's it. Check out titanmattress.com/
My vagina went even more inverted. Well, let's hope it doesn't go extroverted or you know, that then we got a real 5-alarm situation. Yeah, fucking 5-alarm situation there. Rhea's vagina went exterior over here. My God, I've never seen such a pink sock in my life. Put it back in there. Let me get my latex gloves.
CU Podcast, or scan the QR code and get 30% off your order with code CU Podcast.
Bruh, he's only 42. He should not be looking that goddamn old. Or maybe, I don't know, man. Irish people age poorly, and Ian Ferguson, yeah, he's an Irish motherfucker. He's a Mick, and that's how they age. They look great when they're younger. Very twinkish and acceptable to Josh's penis. But then when they get... No, I'm just kidding. Then when they get older, it just blam! Just like, as soon as they hit 40, it just all goes down the shitter.
I'll also add the link below. That's titanmattress.com/CU Podcast.
Ian, at the Long Island Retro Gaming Expo, week and a half.
Meanwhile, Pat's face looks like, you bake the bread over the lips, and then it just smushes your face in like that. He's got his cheeks. It almost looks like they have like golf balls on either side of his cheeks. Why? I am like hyper focused on like like describing people's physical characteristics. Like, Jesus Christ, I hope I stay perfect and forever young as I am right now. I'm at my peak. I've never looked better. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so hyper-focused on this shit.
We had a panel there. You were very energetic.
Yeah, we did.
And we talked about a video that was recommended to me to watch that we...
You know what I think? I think Pat is storing his Nintendo World Championship carts, the gold one and the gray one. I think he's storing them in his cheeks because that's the only way that he can ever feel safe is if those two stupid cartridges, those piece of shit stupid cartridges that he should sell today. My God, man, get out while the getting's good. Stop holding on to them. They will devalue. Promise you. Once all these boomer Gen X Nintendo collectors die out, there will not be a demand in the market. The price of those stupid Nintendo... No, it's not World Championship. It's the Nintendo contest, the Nintendo whatever it's called. You guys know the fuck. The NWC. Is that it? Whatever ones he's got, he needs to sell them right the fuck now and get his, 20 or 30 or 40 grand for the cartridges and just get out now. Like, stop sitting on those. But no, he is keeping them in his cheeks for safekeeping.
Watch and then discuss. Collectors hurt collecting. We ruined our hobbies. A sort of a analysis about how bad collectors are for video game collecting. So let's look at us discussing that now.
You want to talk about collecting, Ian? The retro gaming hobby of collecting that
Sure.
know and love that we've been doing for almost 30 years, each of us?
Yeah. So we watched a video. You've got the person's name.
Yeah, so, on the algorithm, on the sideboard, you get random stuff recommended. And this was a video from Phil One Up Collects. He's a 39-year-old. He says that...
I stopped listening to this podcast a long time ago. They simply just don't talk about things I care about anymore. I don't know if they ever really talked about anything I ever really cared about gaming wise. Honestly, I think it was just something. It was free and it was something to like put on in the background that like was like in the ballpark of something I cared about. But I think like looking back, like I never really cared all that much about this podcast, though. I'm very loyal to like, if I find a podcast that I find agreeable enough, like the amount of times I listen to Bill Burr's Monday morning podcast where I just sat there and listened to this motherfucker talk about flying his helicopter and sports. My God, the sports that he would talk about. And I'd find myself like 45 minutes deep into Bill Burr talking about sports. And then this like voice in my head said, dude, you don't have to listen to this. You can skip past this. Like, oh yeah, that's right. I don't actually have to listen to it. I can skip this. Why am I still listening? I fell into the same trap with this podcast. It was like, oh, you don't actually have to like listen to this. You can skip it. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. I've like gotten more like aware that I can skip shit if it's not interesting to me lately. Like I'll be watching a video and like I give shit way, like I guess it's the millennial in me, but like I'll give shit way more of a chance than like a lot of people will. I'll like, if a video is like 45 minutes, I'll at least give it 15 minutes before I change it. If I'm not interested in it, I'm like, it might get good, because sometimes it does. That's how it is with audiobooks, like memoirs. You got to listen through the whole them growing up and their whole story of growing up. It's like, I don't care. Then they finally get to like the interesting bit and it's like, oh, I'm glad I stuck around because now it's getting good. I always give podcasts the same benefit of the doubt, or YouTube videos the same benefit of the doubt, and I shouldn't, because here we are.
The video. I thought he was in his 20s. He's looking great.
He does look pretty young.
And it's only a couple of thousand views, so I was like, oh, it's in the algorithm.
Cerebral Paul, fix your fucking hot tub, Josh. Thank you. I don't have one. Sucker, it's too late now. Oh, Inside joke there.
I mean, they know I collect. So what Phil was talking about was how the hobby is today with the title "Collectors Hurt Collecting. We Ruined Our Hobbies." And I'm not going to, this isn't like a critique of the video itself. There's some things I agree with, there's some things I don't agree with. But it was interesting because we haven't really had this conversation in probably a while, something this direct. So there's a bunch of points we can go through. But let's start off with the first one. Collectors need to take responsibility for the state of the hobby. In terms of, so the lead up to this is Phil opining about, hey, look at all these there was mostly modern, but there was some older stuff thrown in, but it was mostly about like, hey, they're charging us so much for these special editions and we keep buying them, so they keep making them. And it's like this weird cycle and no one's
What, like the AVGN game that had a bunch of special editions, your buddy James Rolfe? Are you about to complain about that? Well, that's not a good look.
Actually playing this stuff. So Ian's had more experience than me with that modern stuff, especially working at Luna Video Games 2 locations with all these special editions that come in. People buy these Arkham,
Don't ever buy a special edition, by the way, expecting it to hold value. We put most special edition collectibles when I worked at Luna, we put them in the free bin.
The free bin.
I think everybody knows that at this point about special editions. I don't think anybody is stupid enough to buy a special edition of any game that comes with some kind of feely, where you feel like it's gonna have some inherent value outside of the special. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, the only thing that comes to mind is the Resident Evil 4 GameCube chainsaw controller. Like that, I think that held value or is higher in value, but like I think that's in 2025 saying that like don't buy special editions of game stuff because like whatever feelies you get aren't going to like have any value. Like I think that's like a no shit Sherlock statement at this point. But okay. These guys their boomer energy is or their I guess I should say like their lack of having boots on the ground actively in the modern gaming scene. They're kind of just going off the fumes of like when they were into it. Ian hasn't worked at a game store in like over 3, 4, 5 years, something like that. They're just going off of shit they remembered 5 years ago when they still kind of played video games. Both of them, I mean, Ian probably plays a handheld every now and then. Pat absolutely does not play video games. So they're just kind of going off of what they remember from like when they did do that. I don't know. This shit's kind of funny to me.
So Ian, what are your general thoughts on that point? Just that, about...
Well, I'll start by saying I watched the video and I understand him where he's coming from. I do. Okay. I understand his feelings and all that. But it seems like every couple of years we have videos like this where...
So I guess the main point is collectors need to be responsible for the state of the collecting scene or some vague ass statement like that where I don't exactly know. I can't put a pin in exactly what the main point they're trying to make here is, and I guess Ian's commenting on that. Maybe we'll learn more as the context unfurls.
Everyone stumbles upon this sort of thing and feels like it's brand new. I feel like this is usually a response to someone realizing that, hey, I've gone too far with collecting. Well, this is not new information. It's not new anything. It's I think it's what happens when a person reaches a certain point and realizes things about themselves in collecting.
Well, this isn't a judgment about Phil, but in his video, he had shelves, walls of stuff,
he even admits it.
Yeah, including like rows of Switch games, like several rows of Switch games. What I'm in my head, I'm doing the Pat math. It's like, well, these are not retro games; these are Switch games.
Sure.
That like these are $30, $40. Some of these $50. Like you're talking thousands and thousands and thousands just every row.
But to people buying games and to the idea of people buying games and not playing them, again though,
people buying games not playing them, like what your partner there, Pat Contry, who has like 2,000 physical cartridges of various kinds in his house that he only plays for the Nintendo charity marathon thing. That's literally the only time if they even still do that, which I don't know if they do or don't, but like, yeah, Pat's a shelf collector. And anytime anybody accuses him of being a shelf collector, he gets all butthurt. He gets his tipples in a twist. And it's like, dude, just fucking own it, man. Like, you know, like I'm a shelf collector when it comes to vinyl and CDs, and that's fine. I admit I like buying vinyls because it looks cool when I put it in my background. I you know, I don't bust out my record player and hook it up to my speakers and all that shit. I'll listen to it on Spotify. It's way easier.
I think this has been collecting for eternity. You are interested in something, so you buy things you're interested in with the idea that you're saving them for a rainy day, and that rainy day never comes, just the casket. And I think...
Man, you're saying saving them for a rainy day. What the physical media you buy, like as if you're like what you're gonna like cash it all in. Like he's like Ian's like literally calling Pat out right now.
What I did see that with was things like Atlas games got very popular during the PS2, DS, 3DS era. People would buy those sealed, and I know they would do that with no intention of playing them. They were buying them as a future investment.
So we're talking like 15 years ago, they were saying we're investing in these for the future.
Yes. So, I mean, even back when I started at Luna in the late 2000s, you still had people who were looking at their hobby as a means to make money, not as a means to enjoy something.
And when that happens, that means that that's not going to be valuable in the future because too many people are thinking about it.
Right. As soon as someone...
I got to piss pretty bad. All right, 5 minutes, 33.
This video is brought to you by...
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had a biological function I had to tend to. Jeez. Gee whiz.
Means to enjoy something.
And when that happens, that means that that's not going to be valuable in the future because too many people are thinking about it.
Right. As soon as someone has the notion, hey, I should be buying this and keeping it sealed because it's going to be worth something, they're generally ahead of you.
I'll buy that extra comic in '93 when everyone else is. You know, I did that.
And I have that written down. What he's talking... No, that's okay. But what he's talking about, like I said, it's...
If you think that was a fast piss, you don't know the size of my dick hole. So don't be making assumptions. You might have like a tiny little squeaker of a dick hole. My dick hole's like that big. Like it's less of a stream and more of like two really big droplets that hit the toilet and just splashes everywhere. Like there is plastic wrap all around my toilet, okay? It's a disease. It's a hypopenoidal urinary disorder. But I don't call it a disorder. Yeah, it's like basically two big like gobs of pee. It takes very quick time. Just splish splash. I was taking a bath, if you know what I'm talking about. It makes a huge mess. That's where the splish splash part comes in. That's why I need plastic sheeting all around my bathroom. That's basically what that's about. You with the constricted penile urethra disorders, which is probably most of you, if you know most of you, honestly, It probably takes you a good 30, 45 seconds to complete a year. Not me over here, bro. It's just a big hole. It just all comes out at one time. You know, it's like all drops in the same day. You don't gotta wait. You don't gotta wait for me to leak out the singles. The whole album drops in the same day as it's supposed to, if you know what I'm saying.
It seems to hit people in waves as they go through a collecting hobby. This is not new. This is something we saw, I have it down here, 90s with comics.
Baseball cards,
etc.
80s and 90s. Yeah.
And while I agree with him, he talks about how, the corporations aren't going to stop doing this, so we have to.
It sounds like these guys are in an event hall or something, because there's like enough like room echo. I'm not hearing any sense that there is a crowd to speak of. I gotta assume there is, but it just seems like they just set up in like a room before the event started, and they just recorded this. Like, it doesn't seem like there's like anybody going on in this room except Pat and Ian. Fat and peeing. That made me laugh.
How do you police yourself? At what point then, because he starts talking about, we have to come together, and there is no coming together. There's none of that. You're not going to change the nature of collecting.
Well, here's the thing. Not everyone collects for the same reason to begin with, so that it's not uniform. I did not read his notes, by the way. I don't think I can read his scrawl.
No one can.
You have collectors that get into it because they're uniquely interested in something that they're rediscovering or discovering for the first time. With video games, it's a little bit different as well, because you can play these things you're collecting. You can't play some of the things you collect. Like people that collect toys nowadays, they're not playing with the toys. But the video games, there's a chance that they are. So that's a different thing. And then, of course, there are people that are getting into it just to make money, which to me isn't really collecting insofar as it's speculative.
Just turning something into another investment.
So you can't police unless there's like, what are we policing? There's different types of people.
My God, this is like the fucking C-SPAN of video game collecting, video game opinions, video game discourse. This is like watching C-SPAN. Why was there a C-SPAN, first of all? And why was there a C-SPAN 2 and a C-SPAN 3? As if you needed more C-SPAN on your basic cable or your cable package. This is the C-SPAN of just the most boring. Like, we're having a committee hearing right now about this article that was written, and we are going to break this down in the most clinical and boring way possible, for the least amount of fun, the least amount of entertainment. We just want this to be entered into the Smithsonian as just factual statements on the state of retro gaming in 2025 by Pat the NES Punk and Great Popsicle, or whatever his fucking Twitter handle is. These guys are the authorities on this. And so when they speak in these somber, boring tones with no bent towards any kind of entertainment whatsoever, we need to listen, because these are elder statesmen. I don't know if you guys know this, but the non-B. Arthur looking lesbian, Ian, the Mick looking lesbian there, the cracker, the certified cracker, Ian, I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but he was the manager of a retro video game store for 10 years, okay? So, first of all, show some fucking respect. Secondly, the B. Arthur looking permed haired other lesbian is a man named Pat Contry, his name's actually longer than that. It's like Contriabolu or whatever the fuck, but he shortened it because he's, Hollywood as fuck. He's run a mid YouTube channel for like the same amount of time as James Rolfe. So, you're looking at two guys who are like balls deep into the gaming industry, and so you need to like tighten the fuck up and listen to what they have to say here, because this is the C-SPAN of gaming news, which is kind of a snooze fest. I'm gonna be
different
honest.
types of people. Whoops, that's my bad. So one thing he said was, we just keep consuming and buying and consuming. Well, yes, that's how collector markets work, or else they die out. I mean, when you look at the rising of prices of anything, the only reason the prices rise is because more people have to be interested to buy it. That's how it is. So it's sort of part and parcel with collecting, is that more interest, things go up in value. It's never more interest, things go down in price. That's not how it works. So it is what it is. So, but I see the point about if people weren't buying these weird special editions.
All right, I'm gonna let this run as I look for something more entertaining for us to watch, because this is just boring as like, oh my god, like this is so boring. Like if I was just like chilling around my house, like cleaning or doing whatever it is I do during the day, like this would be boring the fuck out of me, because this is where they're at. This is how they are now. Like it's no longer like interesting takes on video game matters or whatever. It's just literally like the C-SPAN, just the fucking, like if a city council meeting, they want to be transparent, so they have like a video camera that you can like watch the live stream of like a city council meeting, and it's just as fucking boring as you would imagine. Like this is what they're doing now with their podcast, and it's just like, how do they not understand that this is like not entertaining at all to anybody? Like you'd have to be some kind of like weird video game insider trader on Wall Street, or some fat cat with some flea market emporium that spans several states to like be tuning into this, to be like, what's the latest jive on retro gaming and all that, but it's not even from like people in a place of like authority. It's like you got a former retro video game store employee, and you got a dude with like a mid-sized, in comparison to the major leagues or people who are relevant, a mid-sized gaming channel that has pretty much stayed at the same amount of subscribers now for like the last like 3-4 years, because he essentially has a dead channel. So again, I'm gonna let this play as I look for something better to watch, I guess.
They would probably stop making them. So I think what happened at some point is that these modern game players that said, oh, I want to play Modern Warfare 3, but at the same time, oh, I can get this one for $100 more that has these trinkets and stuff, and maybe that will be something in the future.
Right. They sneak you in, okay, you get the game to play, but hey, you can also buy this as maybe a little investment. It's going to be worth a shitload in the future.
That Star Trek Collector's Plate. That's what it's going to be. Everything is special edition or collector's edition, and that's the way it is. It's all about the upsell. I upsell my book covers. I have 3 different book covers. It's all the same content, just like buying a modern game.
I think maybe it's like a FOMO thing, like fear of missing out, or when you say like only 10 in stock, better now before it's too late.
Well, FOMO is a big part of collecting.
Let's see. Artificial rarity, scalping, YouTuber clickbait videos, easier to look up pricing. I mean, that's just the way of the world the past 10 to 15 years is that, yeah. Especially with retro game collecting, because 15 years ago, there was no re-releases of these old games. There was no Limited Run putting out something. There was no Retrobit putting out a new Metal Storm, things like that, to capitalize on the rise of you okay? Keep yourself at the microphone.
I sure did.
To capitalize on the rise of the collector's market, it always will lag behind. It always like, oh, These nerds are collecting these old games. Now we'll put out new stuff they can buy. Not just so a modern company can make money off it by producing something new. That's just the way our society works in general when it comes to these things.
Well, I think especially the U.S. market. I talked about it on the podcast at one point, but we live in a treat economy. The problem is
our treats.
We like our treats, and it's not just collecting; it's in all areas of life. So you're not going to change collecting in a country where we are already revolving our life around the acquisition of tiny treats to keep us happy. And
Yes, and we are more spread out than Europe or Japan, so we have a lot more space in our domicile. We have basements, we have big attics, we have big dens. In Europe, that's not nearly a thing like us, for example. If you live in one of those like old style, old world cities that were built, 1,000 years ago, you're lucky to have like an apartment and a little bit of space. So if we were all living in cramped spaces, there's no way there'd be a collector's market for a lot of this stuff, for vinyl, for comics, for video games. Like you could not have there's probably like a lot of people in this room just have a dedicated room for just games.
Yeah, it's not something you can do in a lot of other places.
That's a first world U.S. thing, North America thing. That's not a lot of parts of the world.
Well, I think people get these rooms and then they notice there's empty space, so they've got to fill it, so they buy more stuff, and then suddenly they need another room.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, Phil's video comes out across, and this is not a knock on him, but I think every collector has this moment of realization and panic that they are just buying and buying and buying, and they have become what they don't want to become. So they have this realization, they put out a video for it, but I feel like it's.
So I'm checking out the Scorch thing that was mentioned in the chat, and he's either got videos that are 2 minutes long or videos that are like 2 hours long. There's like literally no in between. It's like, do you want a video that's like not worth your time downloading and putting in OBS, or do you want a video that's like 2 hours? It's like there's no good in between on that one, and I don't even know what to like look for on that one. Yeah, I know. I want to turn it off. I'm desperately looking for something better for me to put up right now because like this shit sucks ass. I was even looking at Pat's channel and I'm like, no, this sucks. Like everyone keeps saying like more NES, but dude, there's nothing out there. Like there's nothing else. Like I made my fucking videos on him. Like there's nothing interesting that this guy puts out anymore. Like I don't know why people are so fascinated with like wanting to see more Pat the NES Punk shit that he's not done anything interesting in like years. I think my Twitch video I made on him made him seem like there's like way more interesting shit going on, but that's the magic of editing. It's like I boiled down like four 4-hour stream, so 12 hours of content was boiled down into a 30-minute stream. So yes, it's gonna be, or not 30-minute stream, a 30-minute video. So yes, that's gonna be interesting. But if you sit there and like watch it in real time, it's like it's tedious as fuck. $5 white noise, 48-year-old Gen X here, and Pats, and the Pats of the world are an absolute embarrassment to our generation. Oh man, I wish I was Gen X. I wish I was born Gen X, but like could go back and live and be like in my teens or 20s in the 90s. Like that would have been sick as fuck. All the fucking amazing concerts you could have seen for such cheap prices. Like goddamn. Fucking millennials. This problem doesn't happen on Wednesday for my late night music video live streams, but I also don't make that much money. Sorry. Oh no. I don't know. Like what the fuck? What do we got? Put on one of my own videos? Sure. They're way more entertaining than this. Put a lot of work into them. A lot of the older ones are video game related and don't have a whole lot of love. Oh, you know what? I'll put on my underrated NES video games. That'll be a good one for us to watch. always proud of that one. This only came out 3 years ago when my hair was a nice piss-colored yellow, because for some ungodly reason I thought that was a good choice to make. Like basically it was bronzy and piss-colored because I didn't want to commit to a color just yet. So I was like, oh, I'll just rock the blonde look, but it looks brassy and pissy as fuck. Just making fun of myself before anyone else can get to me, because that's how I. Sorry. Yeah, I think that's a good call. Catgirl 9. Sorry, I mean zombie. Metal Jesus here, and today we're going to talk about another Hidden Gems video. Just kidding. So I know I said on my video, one of my videos a long time ago, that I'm pretty much only going to talk about music and stick to music. And for the most part, that's true. I have done that. But I also said that eventually, every now and then, I will still do a video game video. And this is one of those times. I felt the random urge to do a top 10 video of what I consider my favorite hidden gem NES games. They may not be hidden gems to you, but to me growing up as a kid, I never heard anybody talk about these games, and it was like my little secret that I had these awesome games that me and my brother would play. So stick around, fellow millennials and Gen Xers, and bask in some nostalgia. This is Dancing with Ghosts. Yes. Oh man, I fucking loved this game growing up. It was hard as fuck. There was no way you're ever gonna beat it. It's way too hard for like a kid. I was probably like 5 or 6 years old playing this game. So fucking hard, but it was like the aesthetic and everything. Anyway, I mean, like, not gush about my own thing within a thing here. This ambitious little game from Konami was also a lot of fun to play as a kid. This was back when most video games were brutally difficult, and this game is no exception. You play as Scott, who somehow gets transferred into a computer to fight a virus that's taken over. That would explain all the alien-like visuals, but doesn't explain why there is a sewer system inside the computer, but whatever, video games didn't have to make sense back then. I always thought the visuals for this game were amazing, and that alone made me want to play this game, even though I could never get past the second or third stage. This is one of the, I guess technically one of the Bible games that Bimmy talks about, but I fucking love this game. Like, I don't think he mentioned this game specifically, but this is from the same company, like Wisdom Tree, that put out the other ones that he did talk about. This is absolutely a fucking legit game. And it's based off a game called Crystal Mines, but this is actually an improvement on that one. But it's got like of course my parents loved this game because it has all this like Christian, obviously playing as Moses, and you have to answer like, I think I talk about in the video. Good Lord, this game brings back some memories. That constant Father Abraham and his many sons theme plays constantly throughout the entire game and bores a hole into your skull. I never knew this until recently, but this game was built on the Crystal Mines engine, which was a game I was unaware of. I don't know how legal or ethical that is, but Exodus game publisher Wisdom Tree... Oh, I love that level. You had to get all the mana, and then like the boulders would crush the mana, and if you didn't collect the... And those little spongy blue-looking things, if you touched them, they would make you start glowing, and then you'd... I don't know, man. I need to learn how to stream on here because this would be a fun game. I miss playing this game, actually. This was I played the fuck out of this game as a kid. And it was a lot of fun. Seemed to do that a lot, so I'm guessing they would rather ask forgiveness than permission. Speaking of stealing from another game, ironically, this game is bathed in Christian symbolism, and you even have to answer Bible trivia questions between levels. I bet my parents just loved that aspect of the game. They did. You have to acquire all the jars of mana in every level, and you have enemies such as magicians and taskmasters who stand in your way, and you dispatch them by shooting out, wait for it, the Word of God. Yes, that's what those W's stand for. I could make an entire video on this game alone and all of the ridiculous ways they implement biblical terminology. The whole thing is kind of awesome in an ironic way. Like, these people dead ass made this game. This game exists. And it also happens to be really fun. And it also stands out like a sore thumb in your NES collection, so you just always know it's there. That's my actual NES collection. Dude, Star Tropics, such an underrated game. And I feel like that's a first party NES game, yeah? This highly underrated action-adventure game was developed by the bigwigs over in Nintendo R&D 3, the same people who developed Punch-Out and Pilot Wings, and the game that most people care about, Nestor's Funky Bowling for the Virtual Boy. This game was never in... Can't believe they didn't do a fucking Super Nintendo version of this game, like as an RPG perhaps, or like a Zelda clone, or like not a clone, but like a... I don't know, man. This game was like... there's some older people in here. Surely you played Star Tropics. This game was the shit, man. Intended to be released in Japan, therefore the main character is the most Americanized protagonist since Guile in Street Fighter. We play as 15-year-old Mike Jones, a super original name that they must have put a lot of time into thinking of. This is not a Hide-Light clone at all. Mike goes to visit his uncle, who's an archaeologist. Once reaching the island where his uncle is supposed to be, he finds out that his uncle is missing, and then the real adventure ensues. Using a magical yo-yo given to him by the townspeople, Mike ventures through caves, fighting enemies and solving puzzles. Eventually you get other weapons, such as a baseball bat. How American! This game happens to be included on the NES Classic, so if you own one of those, now you too can experience the underrated classic that never made it off of the regular Nintendo. Like, seriously though, not even a Super Nintendo sequel? Fucking Monsters in My Pocket. Fucking love this game as a kid. Monster in My Pocket. Monster. Before Konami became known as the company that makes Metal Gear Solid, they used to churn out quirky little gems like this game on the NES. In doing research for this video, I found out that this game was just a small part of a whole ass world. There were trading cards, comic books, animated specials, commercial tie-ins. Oh yeah, I guess Pokemon would be Pocket Monster. Yeah, that's I never thought about that actually. Monsters in My Pocket, Pokemon. Yeah. That is curious. That is quite curious. Now that you bring that up. This wormhole goes pretty deep on a game that, as a kid, I just thought was fun and looked cool. Basically, the plot of this story is some warlock and his monster companions are trying to take over the world, and then he tries to shrink any monsters that go against him. But in doing so, he accidentally shrinks all the monsters. So the two monsters that are trying to save the world are the two main characters that you get to choose from. They pretty much have the same exact abilities. You can either play as the vampire or the Frankenstein monster. I always felt the vampire looked cooler, so I picked him. It's basically just an action beat-em-up, but you're fighting monsters in people's kitchens and other places. And everything's super small, except the world you're in. So it's like super unique and fun to look at. I highly recommend playing this game in 2-player mode. Yeah, I never hear anybody talking about this game on the NES. And it's like so quirky and like cool and very Japanese, and like I've never ever heard anybody mention this game on the NES, and we played the fuck out of this game. I don't know how my parents like knew what games to buy, or if they were just taking a shot in the dark that the game would be fun, but like I loved this game. Man, this game is so fucking weird and cool. I don't know how my parents got it right so much in the games they bought for us, but this one was definitely a family favorite. This game is mostly an action platformer with some shooter elements added in at certain points of the game. You defeat enemies, which gives you currency to buy power-ups at the various shops. If Star Tropics felt very Americanized, this game feels very Japanese in tone, which is cool because their games never lack quirkiness, and I love that shit. I never hear anyone ever bring this game up when talking about hidden NES classics, so I gotta give it some love. Oh, shit, you played this game after watching my video. Hell yeah. I'm glad I was able to have some influence. Maybe they call me an influencer now. I influence one person. Hell yeah. Dude, Street Fighter... Okay, I don't care what Bimmy said. Street Fighter 2010 is a good fucking game. And it's quirky. The aesthetic is amazing. It's hard as fuck. But that's any NES game that's worth its salt. Yeah, it's a good game. Dude, I got some shit to say about this game. First of all, I'm sure we're all aware of the Angry Video Game Nerd episode where he goes off on this game saying it's nearly impossible to beat and it's a pain in his ass and blah 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 blah. I'm sure his review made most people hesitant about even playing this game, and that's unfortunate. But this game is, in fact, awesome and absolutely a hidden gem. Is it hard? Yes, almost every original Nintendo game was hard. But is it fun? And is it one of those games that if you put in enough time into learning it, you could beat? I would say this game is only fun now if you have save states, like via like an emulator or whatever. Like that's the only way. Because like if you die in this game and you gotta like start all over again, it's like fuck this. I got better things to do with my time. But like I don't know, back in like the early 90s, late 80s, whatever, like you had the time, but now it's like save states are the way to go with this game. That's literally, I would say that about like most NES games, quite honestly. Like save states are the only way to go. Beat it, absolutely. James Rolfe probably didn't spend. Oh yeah, it's Battletoads hard, I would say. Spend enough time with this game and wrote it off as nearly impossible because he had another video to produce a week later. So he probably just spent a few hours with it. With all that being said, I've never actually beaten the game either, but that doesn't mean it's not doable. I couldn't get past a certain boss and I just gave up, but that was on me, not on the game. I mean, check out this art style. Not many games on the NES look this avant-garde. It's really a work of art visually, but why they have to tie in this game with the Street Fighter franchise, I will never understand. Hell, they even threw in Final Fight in the name, another popular Capcom franchise. I bought this game at a flea market when I was a kid just based on name recognition alone. I thought it was another Street Fighter game. And even though I was disappointed at first that it clearly had nothing to do with Street Fighter, I still enjoyed the hell out of it and its art style. This is another like obscure Konami game, but like I thought this was a really solid just like shooter kind of game for the NES. I don't know. I like this one a lot. Definitely remember playing this one as a kid at my grandma's house, at their old ass house that was built in like the fucking late 1800s or some shit. They still had the crystal doorknobs, you know, the shag carpet, the black and white checkerboard in the kitchen, like all the vintage appliances. And then they had like the guest room, which the guest room of like a house of that time was like 2 twin-size beds, an old musk wooden everything on the walls, CRT TV, NES. Like it was the apex of playing an NES. And I remember playing this game in that house, like with those memories. Like that's the nostalgia bait. That's where it gets you in them early memories. This was definitely one of those games we got from the flea market for like 50 cents, and yeah, went home, didn't know fuck all about it, just judged it off the cover, the artwork on the cover, and yeah, I liked it a lot. Back before smartphones, it was really difficult to know what a game was like when finding it at a flea market or rental store. So oftentimes, all you really had to go on was the cover art. This is how I acquired Codename Viper. The cover looked badass, and there was no way this game was gonna suck. And it didn't! Codename Viper is a fun run-and-gun action game where you are fighting against some crime syndicate and rescuing hostages along the way. It's a very straightforward game, but strategy is definitely involved. Enemies can appear out of nowhere, so your reflexes have to be on point. Though he may jump like a fucking weirdo, this game is definitely worth your time. Oh my God. Talk about nostalgia. Jesus Christ. Gas stations in my region, at least, my city, gas stations used to rent out NES games back in the fucking Dizzy. That's how you know I'm old as fuck. My mom would rent this game for me all the time, and I'd play it as a kid. The nostalgia just pouring into my brain right now. Like, totally remember playing this game, like playing the fuck out of it as a kid. Like, yeah, Felix the Cat, like, good Lord. I played it recently. Well, when I made that video, actually, I replayed it. That's how I got the footage for it or whatever. Because I don't have a Mike Matei I can hire to just do it for me. And, yeah, I just couldn't get over how fucking easy this game actually was. Which, I mean, is perfect for if you're, like, a younger, you know, gamer, whatever, trying to get into the NES, you know. Maybe you don't want to, like, play a game that's going to make you want to quit playing games. You want to play, like, a softball game. Like, this was a fun little game. I love the graphic style. Whatever. I'm sure I'll talk about it more in my own voice as I watch myself watching myself. Felix the Cat! This is the only game on this list whose physical cartridge I do not own. I don't know why I never acquired this game permanently, but I sure as hell rented it constantly from the gas station down the road. And yes, that was a weird random thing at one point in the 90s. Some gas stations rented out Nintendo games. Anyway, Felix the Cat nowadays is a very obscure cartoon that most people have probably never heard of, but he started out in a comic strip and made a damn good clock. I believe he got an animated show at some point in the 1980s, but either way, this game came into existence and it's damn fun. Though it may be one of the easier NES games out there, it's still a pleasure to breeze through it with the main point of interest being the magical bag Felix gets at the beginning of the game. The more Felix heads you acquire, the more your magical bag levels up into a more powerful weapon. It's really fun to watch Felix transform into a new incarnation after acquiring each new power-up. There are flying levels, water levels, underwater levels, and land levels. And with each level, Felix has a different set of power-ups that keeps the game feeling fresh. Like most of the games on this list, the physical cartridge is expensive as all hell on eBay, so just get the game digitally and thank me later. Fucking Rampart. My mom loved this game. This was like my mom loved two NES games, Burger Time and Rampart. Those are the two games that my mom would play with us when we were like young ass kids. This was like, I always viewed this game as, this is my mom's game, that and Burger Time. But I went back and played this one. It's actually a very strategical, interesting game, especially for an NES game. It's actually pretty engaging if you get into it. You know, when I replayed this to get the game footage for it or whatever, like, I realized how much strategy was involved, and I was like, oh, okay, this for an NES game, that's actually pretty deep. It was pretty interesting. Yeah, Burger Time, go figure. One game on this list that's not an action-adventure game is one of my other favorite genres, strategy. Rampart may look primitive in the graphics department, but that does not take away from its fun factor. Your main goal is to defend your castle against enemy ships. The battles last about 30 seconds, and then you get 30 seconds to rebuild the walls surrounding your castle. The objective of the game is to expand your walls to surround other castles and add more firepower to defeat the ever-growing amount of... This game's hard as fuck, though, dude. Like, this game's so fucking difficult. Like, it gets so much more challenging as it goes along. Like, it's just yet another NES game that's, like, super fucking hard. Enemy ships. Things get trickier, though, the bigger your fortress becomes, and the pieces because if you don't wall it all in like that, you have like a time period to rebuild your barricade or your castle or whatever, and if you don't wall it in, you fucking... your guns won't work, and then there's more ships. Like, the longer you go with it, it's crazy. Given to rebuild are like random Tetris pieces, and if you don't fully repair your walls in time, you lose. It's your typical unforgiving NES game, but it's totally addictive. Oh, fucking A. This is the ultimate hidden gem on the original Nintendo. Oh
Shatterhand.
my God, this is one of my, aside from the Mega Man games, Shatterhand by Jaleco or Jalate, however you want to say it, Jaleco. Like, this was like such a good, this was like one of the most, people say, Lil Samson. Yeah, I'm sure it's a great game. I've not played it. But to me, Shatterhand was the game that no one talks about enough. Like, this was such a good fucking game. Like, oh my God, this game was like my Super Metroid, but for the NES. Like like the art style, the bosses you would fight. Like, this game kicks so much fucking ass. Like, I loved this game.
And is Jaleco's masterpiece. Maybe that's why it's one of the only games that displays its actual name on top of the cartridge instead of just saying Jaleco. Like,
yeah, Jaleco did that. They would just put the name of the company on the top of the label instead of putting the actual name of the game like every other company did, except for Shatterhand. They're like, no, we need to. This needs to be prominent. They are probably proud of that one, as they should have been, because it was a fucking amazing game.
All of their other games. Shatterhand is an action-adventure game. Okay, if it hasn't become abundantly clear at this point, I really love action-adventure games, and that's one of my favorite genres, and most of the games on this list are action-adventure games. Get over it. You're this dude with this, like, metallic fist who can just punch the shit out of anything that stands in your way. And that's great and all, but what really sets this game apart is you eventually acquire a robot companion that has totally different abilities depending on the combination of symbols you get when smashing open certain boxes. If you get the same letter set twice, you turn into this badass robo-person who is invincible. This is one of those games that lets you choose the level you want to play instead of sticking you on some linear path like most NES games. I've always loved when games give you this option. This game definitely has a post-apocalyptic dystopian theme, and the alien level is particularly creepy, as is the final boss of that level. Speaking of which, all of the boss designs were pretty badass and creative. This game is in a league all of its own, and it would have been nice to have a sequel on the SNES, but this game just kind of feels so right in the 8-bit world, you almost wouldn't want to ruin the magic by making a sequel. It truly does stand on its own. So that was my list for what I considered my hidden gems for the NES. I mean, I know Star Tropics probably isn't a hidden gem at this point, but I never hear people talk about hardly any of those other games I talked about. What do you think?
All right, so I had my fucking NES, 10 NES hidden gems. Now I'm gonna do my top 10 favorite games of all time video. I'm gonna roll that one. And then I'll probably end it after that, because we're getting into, like, we're pushing on 3 a.m. This is an old video, obviously. You can tell by the shitty quality of audio recording, but whatever. I pretty much still stand by these. Pretty much, I think. This video came out, 5 years ago. God damn. Yeah, this came out during the pandemic. Yeah, I made it a point to, like, not say, oh, this video was filmed during the pandemic. I hated when people did that shit, but, yeah. So these are my top 10 favorite video games of all time video.
You know, on this channel sometimes I can be a real negative bastard. What can I say? It's just easier for me to complain about something than it is for me to praise it. It's just kind of my nature, and I kind of enjoy doing it. But this video is going to be different. Some of you asked for it, and by some I mean 2. This video I'm going to be talking about my 10 favorite video games of all time. Stick around, this is Dancing with Ghosts.
Oh yeah, I know this is the early start of the pandemic, because I can see behind me I have my full-ass SNES collection that I hadn't sold yet. And then, like, a bunch of Sega Genesis games to the right there by the Mega Man stuff. Yeah, I sold all that shit during the pandemic, because I was like, I'm tired of being a collector. So, like, I gave up on it.
So, I've played a lot of video games in my day. How the hell does one go about choosing only 10? My criteria for this was 1. The game has to be something that I can still pick up and love to this very day. If I loved it as a child but can't really sit down and play it now, it doesn't count. 2. I tried to be as specific as possible if the game was part of a series. For instance, I love all Mega Man and Resident Evil games, but I forced myself to pick only one title from each series so this list can be as diverse as possible. And 3, this list is in no particular order. So without any further ado, let's get to it. Hell yeah. Yes, Mega Man X2 is one of my favorite video games of all time, for sure. What can I say? I fucking love this entire franchise. For whatever reason, these games have maximum replay value and are just fun as hell to me. I first fell in love with Mega Man on the NES, but by the time the Mega Man X series of games came out on the Super Nintendo, this franchise reached perfection. All the Mega Man games are essentially action platformers where you shoot enemies and find hidden power-ups that make the game more fun. By the time Mega Man made its way to the Super Nintendo, the graphical style had been totally revamped and looked amazing. The Mega Man X games have a darker mood to them as opposed to the Mega Man games on the NES. By the time Mega Man X2 came out, all the great ideas of the past games coalesced into a masterpiece. I love this game so much that my very first real video on YouTube was an in-depth review of this game. So if you want to see how shitty and awkward I was starting out as a little baby YouTuber, just click the card in the upper corner of the screen to see that video. Wait, you thought Mega Man X3 was the worst of the trilogy? Why? I thought Mega Man X3 was a fine game. I thought Mega Man X5 and 6 and 7 and 8 were the... Well, oh yeah, you said trilogy. Worst of? I don't know. I guess, but by a very small... I mean, a very small margin. That's like saying the Beatles, like, White Album and the Beatles Rubber Soul and Sgt. Pepper's, like, Rubber Soul was the worst of the three. You're still comparing three great albums. I don't know. That's the first thing I went to.
Resident Evil.
God, I love Capcom. The Resident Evil remake on the GameCube was such an epic game for me growing up, and it is still amazing to this day. Resident Evil was in dire need of the remake treatment, seeing as the original game on PlayStation, though revolutionary at the time, looked like complete garbage by the time the 6th generation of game consoles came around. Resident Evil 2 on the N64 was my very first experience with the series, so that's what prompted me to give the remake on GameCube a try, and boy, was my mind blown. First off, I've always loved creepy old mansions, and the whole setting for this game is in a creepy old mansion. Exploring every inch of this place is vital, and puzzle-solving elements make the game much more than just shooting zombies. Which is also great, but that's not really the focus of this game. In fact, many times you're better off conserving your ammo and not shooting a zombie. Being a true survival horror game, you get very few resources, and if you squander your ammo early on in the game, you're basically fucked. Much like Mega Man, I love this entire series, and I've also done a video on the best and worst Resident Evil games, but if I have to choose one, this GameCube remake of the first game is my absolute favorite. Oh my god, Warcraft 2, Jesus Christ. I played the fuck out of this game growing up. God, and I could pick this game up right now and still just love it just as much. I love Warcraft 2. I'm so pissed that Blizzard stopped putting their time into making RTS games and just focused on World of Warcraft. Like, god damn it, I love this game so much. I loved this game so much as a kid, and my love for real-time strategy games continues to this day because of it. This game single-handedly got me into PC gaming. I feel like Warcraft 2 is a game that can really only exist on a PC, where hotkeys and mouse clicks are essential gameplay mechanics. In Warcraft 2, your main objective is to build a town, assemble an army, and attack whatever foes lie in the shadows. Over time, you learn to become adept at resource management, strategic building placement, and speedy infantry production. Mastering these skills are essential because the computer will eventually attack you with their... Warcraft 3 was pretty good too. Not nearly as good as Warcraft 2. I mean, I played the fuck out of Warcraft 3 as well, I'm not gonna lie.
But Warcraft 2 was really where it was at. Warcraft 3, they leaned to the whole like 3D graphical imaging. I mean, it still played the same way, but like everything was like 3D rendered and all that, and it was still fun. But I don't think it was as good as Warcraft 2. Warcraft 1, it was okay. Warcraft 2 was really where they like got it right, and then Warcraft 3 was like, it had its vibe, but Warcraft 2 was where it was at. Armies, and if you're not prepared, they will burn your city to the ground. Command and Conquer is another popular game in this genre that some of you out there might be more familiar with. And oh, would you look at that? I made yet another separate video about this very game that you can check out by clicking the card at the top of the screen. Oh, yeah. I mean, what a obvious choice, right? Got a fucking tattoo on my arm over here, Shamish. Got the Shamish on my arm. Oh my god. I love this game so much. In fact, the main character Samus was my first tattoo ever. This game influenced me so much in how I thought about art, music, mood. This game is alien, it's creepy, it's full of adventure. The mysteriousness of planet Zebs, or Zebbies, or however the fuck you say it, it just lures you in. How did they manage to make you feel so isolated and alone on a 2D side-scroller on the Super Nintendo? This just speaks to Nintendo's brilliance at developing AAA quality games. The boss battles, the power-ups, the hidden areas, the cryptic nature of this game is just hauntingly beautiful. I will play this game until the day I die. Another obvious SNES choice, sorry. It's obvious, but what can I say? Shigeru Miyamoto came up with the idea for the first Legend of Zelda all the way back in 1986. It was a crude-looking game, but the spirit of adventure was fully intact. But it was only until the graphical capabilities of the Super Nintendo did the Legend of Zelda series truly become a must-play. A Link to the Past is cited by many to be the best. You know, Donkey Kong Country 2 could have almost made this list, if I'm being honest. And I did have a lot of childhood nostalgia playing that game, playing the fuck out of that game, finding all the DK coins, like the hidden ones and all that shit, which I still haven't fully done. Yeah, DKC2 is the best of that series. Nobody can even argue that the first or the third one comes anywhere close. It just didn't quite make the list, but it very well could have, because I put so much time into that game. I loved that game. Game of all time, and I truly understand why. Again, Nintendo is fucking brilliant at developing adventure games. You play as Link, and you have to rescue Princess Zelda from the evil Ganon, a concept that will be repeated ad infinitum throughout the series, but as the old saying goes, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. Battling enemies throughout Hyrule, getting hints from the townsfolk, and navigating through caves, dungeons, and forests just fills my heart with fucking glee. The spirit of adventure in this game is so long-lasting, and is yet another game I will play until my ultimate demise. So for this video so far, I've pretty much just been talking about ancient games that I loved as a kid and still love to this day. But in 2018, a game just kind of came out of nowhere for me. This is where I'm going to lose people, I feel like. And it became one of my favorite games of all time. And what's more, it seems like no one really gives a shit about it except me.
Blind, but now I see.
I think for me, this game just did a lot of things right. For the most part, I had skipped the Xbox 360, PS3 generation of games, so open world sandbox style gameplay was still a fairly novel concept to me. Then there's the setting of this game. I don't understand why people hate on this game so much, man. I think it's fucking amazing. I don't know. It's like,
literally like one of my favorite games of all time still. The Great Montana Wilderness. Moving around in this game is just relaxing to me. Seeing a distant glade or mountain range and knowing I could easily drive or fly my way to that location was just so freeing. Then there was the story. You're battling against a religious cult. I love religious cults. This was all set in modern day to boot. I tend to not be a fan of games that take place in the distant past. The controls were smooth, the missions were fun, the side missions were fun, there were different regions that would become I don't know why people hate this game. I think they compare it to like the other Far Cry games, which they deem as better. I played Far Cry 4, takes place in India, didn't like it as much. I haven't played 3 or 2 or... beautiful fish, $5 super chat. Nah, bro, Far Cry 5 stinks. No, you're wrong. Even Far Cry 6, which took place in like South America, and they even had a Gustav from Breaking Bad, whatever that guy's name was. That I mean that one's pretty good, but I don't know. Far Cry 5, Far Cry 5 and New Dawn, those two just they nailed it for me. They're just perfect games. No notes. Locked. The story was great. I don't know, man. This one just really did it for me. In the expansion game, New Dawn was great too. I really hope they continue the series in this direction. Which they didn't, really. I mean, you have to view the original Mega Man games as a different entity from their Super Nintendo counterparts. These games started it all. They introduced the run and gun, platform jumping, level choosing mechanics that would become staples in all other Mega Man games to come. Most people say Mega Man 2 on the NES is their favorite, but for me, it was Mega Man 4. I believe this was for a few reasons. First, this was one of the only games in the NES series that I couldn't get a hold of as a kid. I mean, I played the hell out of Mega Man 2, 3, 5, and 6, but I could never find the first game or the fourth game. The first Mega Man is rough around the edges to be sure, but by the time the fourth installment hit, some much needed game mechanics had been added that were absent in the previous titles. Mainly, your ability to charge your weapon. You could also slide in Mega Man 4, although you could do that in 3 as well. I really like the boss designs as well in this game. This, to me, was the pinnacle of the NES series of Mega Man before it started getting a little stale.
Greetings,
oh my god, the amount of time I put into StarCraft 2 online, Jesus. This is all my 20, like when I stopped playing video games, because I did, there was like a fucking 4 or 5 year period where I just stopped playing video games. StarCraft 2 was the only game I would play. Like, oh my god, I put countless hours into this fucking game. Definitely have to be on the list. Like, god damn it, I love this game. I mean, in the background here, it's like all the StarCraft PC boxes there.
Requested information follows.
One of my top Brought to you by the same company that produced another one of my favorite games of all time. Blizzard dropped StarCraft 2 in 2010 and I was all over it. I had already loved the dichotomy between the Warcraft versus StarCraft games. While in Warcraft, you're in seemingly medieval times, in StarCraft, you're in outer space. The main themes of resource management and skillful crafting are still in play here, but on a much higher evolved level. You get to play as 3 races, either human, Zerg, or Protoss, each with their very own unique structures and infantry. This was and still remains one of the only games I will play online against other people. I think that's mainly because my skill levels were high enough to where I could reasonably face online opponents and win. I lost so many hours of my life to this game battling people from all over the US. If you like real-time strategy games, you have to give this game a try. Gotta say, man, yeah, Spider-Man's, it's a more recent game, but yeah, it's up there. It's definitely one of my favorite games of all time. Spider-Man, this one and the one for PS5, Spider-Man 2 is equally as valid, bro. Or Miles Morales, any of those ones, they're all great. What is this? Another modern game? 2018 was just hitting them out of the park, apparently. Though I did not play this game until about a year ago, Spider-Man for PS4 finally gave me what I always wanted out of a Spider-Man game, or any game for that matter, a sense of complete freedom in control and movement. When controlling a character like Spider-Man, the web-swinging mechanic has got to be done right or else I am just not interested. But they nailed it on this game. I loved web-swinging around New York City and accomplishing all the missions and side missions. The fighting style has been compared to the Batman Arkham games, and those are fine games and all, but I have to say the fighting style in Spider-Man feels that much smoother and more fun. It's really hard as the old man that I am to be blown away by a video game anymore. I've pretty much seen and played it all, but the control mechanics and movements in this game just put a goofy ass smile on my face. This was also the first game I purchased DLC for, and I am usually very much against DLC in video games, but that's just how much I wanted to squeeze as much juice from this game as possible. I cannot wait for the sequel. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, talking about, oh my god, yeah, gotta throw GoldenEye 007 in there. Just games that I just put so much time into growing up. Like, god damn, I played the fuck out of this game. This was a difficult list to compile, and a lot of factors had to be weighed in order for me to come up with my 10 definitive picks. But if I'm going by the criteria I set at the beginning of this video, then GoldenEye 007 is definitely one of my favorite games of all time. Not only did I put countless hours into this cartridge, just trying to unlock all the cheat codes by beating the levels under a certain amount of time, but the amount of Game Shark hacks, secret areas I tried to find. Don't even get me started on that secret area in the dam, or the rumor that Oddjob and Mayday actually existed in the single-player campaign. And don't even get me started on the local multiplayer. GoldenEye 007 was the game that informed me on the greatness of first-person shooters. The mission objectives were creative, the array of weapons were diverse, the locations kept things fresh, the story, the strategy, all on a N64 console. A console which was by no means pushing anything that looks impressive nowadays. But even replaying the game today, the crude graphics quickly melt away in your mind once you sink your teeth into that gameplay. I can still sit down with this. Yeah, there's some weird. I think I used like video game footage off of YouTube for this one. That's the sea is not supposed to be green for that level. I forget. I think it was called the Frigate or something like that. The name of that level. Yeah, it's supposed to be blue. I don't know why it was green. It's probably some weird hack or mod or something. Game and have a blast throwing. Maybe there was like a plethora of algae going on in that particular cartridge. Who knows? Remote mines at people, sniping people from afar, or side strafing my way through a tumultuous situation. By the way, Baron Simity's stage still gives me the fucking creeps. I'm sure this game also helped ignite young people's interest in going back and watching the movie that this game was based on, which came out a whole 2 years earlier. Well, there you have it, my 10 top. I don't know. You guys want to see like my top 10 least favorite games? Because I did that list too. I don't want to like. I just don't want to say goodbye yet. I just don't want to end the party, but I also don't have any compelling shit to pull up of other people, so I'm just playing my own things. Cause I know I put quality in my shit. God damn it. I did a top 10 least favorite video games, or as I word it, popular video games I was never able to get into. All right, yeah, we'll do that then. I don't want the party to end. God damn it. I don't want it to end. I swear I did not have. Am I really doing a Bill Clinton right now? Jeez. Fucking hack. We've reached the hacking hour. I need to at least grab me another sody pop, though. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. and roll, brother. I'm back. Hell yeah. Why not? Who cares? Who cares? I love who I love, even if it's another man. Who cares, brother? Who cares? All right. This is what we're going to do now. These aren't my least favorite games, but they were video games that I wasn't able to get into, which is what I say in
What's up, everybody? Josh
in the video. Dosh Vannon here. This was before I went the hair dye route, clearly. What a dill hole. Dill weed. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. These are I'm gonna tell you right now. These are videos that video games I did not like because they I feel like they infected too many Americans with the woke liberal mind virus. That's the main, and they don't believe in Jesus. They don't believe in Jesus. They're killing babies. They're killing babies. That's mainly why I didn't like this video. I'm gonna tell you right now. Don't fuck with me. These are video games I couldn't get into because they're killing babies. They're killing babies. They got the woke liberal mind virus. Joe Biden, the Illuminati, are infecting babies with gay genes, trans genes. That was my Alex Jones attempt. I hope you enjoyed that.
Josh Cannon here, and I, like most people, love video games. They're a great way to pass the time or to just relieve some stress, but
what a shitty script writing that I did there. Video games are a great way to pass the time or to, just have a dang old, just not do drugs instead of doing drugs. That was a bad script writing, bad choice. Wouldn't have went with that.
Every now and then a video game will come along that everybody freaking loves, and I just can't see what's so great about it. It's happened to me throughout my entire gaming career. And tonight I would like to present a couple of game series, very popular game series that won over critics and won over fans alike, but I just failed to get any enjoyment out of it. And I'd like to hear from you later on about maybe what big game series you could never get into. Maybe it's some of these game franchises behind me that you just could never get into. So let's take a look at some popular video game franchises or titles that I was just never able to get into. This is Dancing with Ghosts.
So I should probably preface this video by saying that I have actually played all of these games I'm going to talk about, and I did put forth a valid attempt at getting into them. I never go into a game wanting it to be horrible. If I spend money on it, I want it to be great. Also, these are just my opinions. No matter how ignorant they may come across, I am entitled to them. Alright, here we go. Why did I spoil half my list from the fucking beginning? What a stupid move. Would not have done that now. It probably didn't help that the first Mass Effect game I ever played was the third one on the Wii U. But since I'm not really a story-driven kind of gamer, I figured that shouldn't matter. But holy shit, the amount of backstory you have to sit through before you even play the game is astounding. How this didn't turn everyone off is beyond me. It's like 20 minutes of fucking backstory. If I wanted to watch a movie, I would watch a damn movie. I want to play a game. When I finally got to the gameplay, it felt slow and meandering. On top of that, there are a lot of RPG elements in the game where you have to go and talk to every single person in a particular area, and this has always felt like a huge chore for me personally in any RPG. I get this weird OCD where I feel like I have to talk to everyone or I'll miss something. I then tried out Mass Effect 2 because I heard it was way more action-oriented, and it was a little better, but for what— Hey everybody, Junkers is still here, just in case you were wondering. For whatever reason, the series just never did anything for me. I always heard this was a must-play game from the Xbox 360 generation, so I figured it would be a wise purchase. After a few hours in, however, Gears of War just felt like every other generic first-person shooter game I had played at that point. Hide behind things, shoot, throw frag grenades, shoot some more, yawn. I don't know. Maybe I didn't stick with this one long enough, but it just felt so generic, and the controls didn't feel as solid as, say, Call of Duty or a game like that. So controlling the character didn't even feel like it was natural. It felt like it was going to take some time to get used to. I don't know, I just couldn't get into this one. Yep, it's true. Suck a dick. Oh god, I know this is gonna be sacrilege to everyone watching, but I honestly don't give a rat's ass about making my own Mario levels or playing some rando's Mario levels online. I want a team of experienced game designers crafting and playtesting levels up in Nintendo R&D 1's ivory tower, rather than some scrub like me making some sad excuse for a level. It probably doesn't help that I'm not a huge Mario fan to begin with, but I just could not care less about this game. I've also heard the levels you upload online can get lost or deleted, which would be the ultimate kick in the nuts after spending hours crafting a level. I think I might enjoy Mario Maker 2 because at least in that game there is a single player campaign that you can do, but yet again, I gotta say, I just couldn't get into this one. Oh, there it is. There's my reveal. Yeah, I don't like Sonic. This game just was never fun to me. I don't think I've ever been able to charge my spin up properly, and for a game that emphasizes speed, there sure are a lot of fucking obstacles in your way that ruin that feel of continuity. And is there any worse feeling in the world than having to scrounge up all these rings just to have them spill out of your chest cavity when running into an enemy? I think I die a little inside every time that happens. I always felt like I just wasn't playing this game right or something. There was always bonus items out of my reach or areas that I felt like I was missing. After the first few levels, I just wanted to play something else. Sonic's Adventure on the Sega Dreamcast was a pretty kick-ass game, though. That I will say. Yeah, I could not. Alright, if you haven't clicked off this video yet, you either agree with me or you're a glutton for punishment. Metal Gear Solid is one of those holy grail games that you're just not allowed to say anything bad about, but I could not understand the fucking controls on Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. And that was my first introduction to this series, and I just kept dying in the very first scene of the game. My only other experience with this series was the ancient Metal Gear Solid games on the NES, which were also difficult and not very fun. Alright, hold on. Stop. Before we go any further, these are my opinions. Just remember that, and I'm entitled to them. Okay, proceed. Oh my god. The amount of casual gamers that all of a sudden acted like they loved video games when this game came out. It was astonishing. I've been playing games ever since I was in diapers in the late 80s, and believe it or not, you used to be picked on if you identified yourself as a gamer. So when fucking Halo came out and all the jocks were going around saying that this was the best game that's ever existed, I gotta admit, I was a little butthurt towards the series. Halo, to me, has and always will be a lackluster, uninspiring first-person shooter. When this game first came out, the amount of people who acted like this was the first ever game of its kind just made me want to rip my hair out. So many games came before Halo that were better than Halo, and many games came after it that were better as well. The game is okay. It's just okay. And I might have beat the first one, but I definitely haven't played any of the other games in the series. It was just very lackluster. I couldn't get into it. Fuck this game, man. I love indie developers, and I love the fact that they are keeping the 2D platforming spirit alive, but this game made me rage quit. It is difficult. I could not get past even the earliest part in the game, and I gave up. I don't know if there are eventually checkpoints, but I never got to one. Every time I would die, I had to go back to the very beginning. The controls didn't feel all that great either, and I do want to mention, I feel like me playing this game on the Wii U might have been a hindrance in the controls department. I think it's a well-designed game and all, I just wasn't able to get into it.
Bro, that game is fucking hard, man. It's too hard. Maybe it was the Wii U. I don't know. That game, fuck that game. Fuck this game too.
Okay, I really gave this game a fair chance because it was a new Nintendo IP and I heard nothing but good.
Oh, I played the fuck out of my Wii U. Bayonetta, mainly. Some, you know, Smash, Super Smash Brothers. There must have been other games. Oh, the whole reason I bought the Wii U was because I was like, all right, Mighty Number 9, Capcom adjacent, you know, Keiji Inafune. I love Mega Man. I feel it's only right to play Mighty Number 9 on a Wii U. I got it, and yeah, I've got. I mean, I made a whole video on the Wii U actually, but yeah, they like converted all the games to Switch because Nintendo understood that nobody fucked with the Wii U at all. It was like one of their worst selling consoles of all time. So it would, you know, made sense they converted like 95% of their games on the Wii U to Switch. So I mean, aside from the specific dynamics of the gamepad, like I would say like the best experience of playing like Zelda Wind Waker or perhaps what do you call the other Zelda one? The one where there's a wolf and the what's it called? Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, where you can just look down on the gamepad and you got the map, you don't have to pause every time. I mean, that I would say that is the quintessential Wind Waker experience is on the Wii U. Outside of that, it was just a one big gimmick. Things about this series, after putting a few hours into the game, however, I just couldn't get. Mighty Number 9 fucking sucked. I was so disappointed in that game, as was everybody else. That game was asshole. I didn't even try to beat it. I got to a certain point, I'm just like, fuck this game. It sucks. Yeah.
Into it for several reasons. First, that town square area is confusing to me and not very intuitive in telling you where to go to continue a single player mission. This must sound like your grandfather is doing this video right now, but I could not find where the damn single player part was. That to me is a big fucking problem in game design right there. If I can't find the little portal or whatever that I'm supposed to use to get to the actual game, that's a huge strike against.
It was really hard in the first Splatoon game just to find like where do I go just to play like the single player campaign. Like it was some little like manhole cover in like the corner of like the town square to like go to the actual. Like I don't know if this was a game that was like intended for multiplayer from the jump or whatever, but like I was just trying to do the single player because that's all I ever give a fuck about, and it was very hard to find like, all right, how do I do the single player thing? It's like, oh, you gotta work for it, man. We're not just gonna like let you select that on the options menu. Like you gotta walk around the fucking town square and figure it out. I don't know. That's the only game I've had that experience with. I would call myself a certified boomer if not for this one game, because every other game I can always figure out the single player campaign. But Splatoon, it was like you had to find this one. It was so stupid. Like, and then when I started playing the game, it wasn't. It was, I don't know. It was like oh, you want to play a first person shooter, but you want it to be clean. Good, clean fun, so mom will allow it. Just felt like a kid's game to me.
And said game. Second, when I did finally manage to figure out how to play the damn game.
See that fucking little manhole cover? That's how you access the single player campaign. How stupid and unintuitive is that?
The single player campaign was uninspiring to say the least. Not to mention, you're essentially playing a first person shooter, but killing quote unquote enemies with paint instead of bullets. I don't know, it just seemed like Nintendo's cutesy way of skirting around excessive violence. The ability to swim through your paint as the squid was probably the most interesting feature in this game, but ultimately I feel like this game was designed to be more of an online multiplayer game more than anything else. I heard in the second Splatoon they beefed up the single player campaign, but they already lost me with the first game. I just couldn't get into it. Well, those are just some of the game franchises that I was just, for whatever reason, never able to get into. Now, after watching this video, you might be thinking, dude, you really suck at video games, or you're some kind of filthy casual, but I mean, I just couldn't get a feel for these games' controls, or it just wasn't holding my interest. And I feel like a good game should give you some sort of feel, or give you some sort, it should feel right in your hands as soon as you start playing it. You should kind of, the controls should be kind of intuitive, and it should only take you a few minutes to get acquainted with the game. I look at Spider-Man, the newly released Spider-Man for PlayStation 4 is a great example of good game design. The controls felt like butter in my hands instantly, and I didn't feel like I really had to figure that much out. Of course, there's little nuances here and there, but if I'm having trouble even moving the character, or there's an aesthetic that isn't pleasing to me, or the storyline is just kind of boring and I'm not invested in it, then I don't know. I don't care how popular it is. I'm not really going to enjoy it no matter how long I play it. And I've played a lot of games that I just kind of forced myself to get through because it was this amazing, critically acclaimed game. But for these, whatever reason, I couldn't. So
Does my TV have color yet? What's that mean?
I'd like to hear from you. What games could you just never get into for some reason? Let me know in the comments below. I will discuss with you. If I disagree with your decision, I will argue with you and possibly insult you. But until next time, have a good rest of your night.
If you guys didn't know, have a good rest of your night is my trademark phrase. You actually can't say that unless, you have written permission. I'm kind of Gene Simmons in that way. I've trademarked have a good rest of your night, so you can't actually say that unless I give you approval. You guys want more Bimmy me content? Me doing Bimmy stuff? It's the best of both worlds, where you got Bimmy, but then you also got me. Well, all right then. I think this is an experiment we've all wanted to try since our first experience watching an episode of The Angry Video Game Nerd. Oh yeah, I didn't feel like doing the whole nerd outfit, so I'm just wearing the glasses. Yes, this is another video I'm doing about the AVGN, so if you don't know who that is, just hold tight until my next video. This is something I just have to get out of my system at the moment. I've been watching this guy's videos since 2014, and there have always been certain titles that he's covered that I really want to check out to see for myself how bad they were and ask the question, are these games really as bad as he made them out to be in his videos, or was he just playing it up for the drama and the views? I've already played a good chunk of the games that he's reviewed, and there are some I already know that are good games, in my opinion, and there are other games that I know for a fact are pieces of crap. Well, in this video, I cherry-picked 10 video games that I had never played before that intrigued me. So stick around, this is Dancing with Ghosts. 1. Action 52, NES, AVGN episode number 90.
Bye,
the first video game I ever really wanted to play for myself was Action 52. And yes, the confusing It Takes Two by Rob Bass is in fact sampled in the intro of this game, with a selection that does automatically land you on the fifth game, Ooze. I started off with Fire Breathers, and yeah, I look like a liberal arts professor. Just off the super chats tonight, I make more money than a liberal arts professor would make. So I can't be there's no way I could be a liberal arts professor. Boom! Boom! Gave you the boom! Gave you the boom! Gave you the boom! 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 I just gave you the boom! 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 It's like a 2-player game with no second player. This is so fucking broken already. I can see how it would make for a good AVGN episode. After playing through the arduous archive of shitty games packed into this one cart, I have to confirm everything James stated in his original review. These games are basically shitty tech demos of the baseline of what an NES could do. Playability and fun was not a priority on this cart. I guess it was just novel to actually play these games that made for such a great AVGN episode. Though James was certainly not the first person to ever review this game on YouTube. Oh, if everybody's leaving, let me just say that nobody here can say that I didn't give you the boom! 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 I gave you the boom! He was definitely the most high profile. Number 2, Lester the Unlikely, SNES, AVGN episode number 90. Yes, please give me money, you guys. Oh my god, I'm out here like just dying like I'm a camel with no water. I got no super chats. Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm trying to grift, but nobody's helping me. What's gonna happen? Who knows? I don't know. I might shit my pants. Who knows? 6. I don't know why, but I always found this title fascinating. The Super Nintendo is one of my favorite consoles of all time, and I just kind of felt like, at this point, surely they weeded out all the shitty, buggy games that infected the NES roster previously. As I play this game, though, I realize it's not a game tailored towards the main. Oh, might I say, I did not pull this game footage from, like, any, like, YouTuber. I meticulously, some things were easier to get than others when it came to the Bimmy games that he reviewed in the past. Obviously, the NES or SNES games, they were just ROMs. Those are easy to get. But, like, when I get to, like, the 3D games and shit like that, yeah, I record all this is me trying to play these games. This is not me like just grabbing some footage off of YouTube. Like, this is me attempting to play these games. Mainstream. That's for goddamn sure. But I don't know if I'd be so quick to call it a piece of shit game. With all of the great games on the SNES, this is certainly not a game that I would spend my time playing, but the controls feel solid, the mechanics remind me of games such as Prince of Persia or Blackthorn, and the concept— Blackthorn is such a fucking underrated SNES game, by the way. I need to replay that game. That game was really fun. That was a Blizzard game, actually, Blackthorn. This is kind of super novel. I would venture to guess this game was developed as an experiment for the hipsters in the 90s who want something that wasn't so mainstream, man. And yeah, this was basically Ian Ferguson if he was in a video game with like dark hair. Like this is like Pat's host, Ian, in a game. Definitely not a game that was targeted for a mainstream audience. I think this was at a time when you could release a game in mainstream outlets like big box stores or shops in the mall that also catered towards a niche crowd at the same time. I don't know who exactly this crowd would be, but I've heard people utter the phrase, "Lester the Unlikely isn't that bad of a game." I disagree, but it's not broken at least. With all that being said, I could see how this would— Oh my god, finally someone's getting with the fucking program with the giving me of the money. Ice Hockey Jedi, if I'm allowed in the Discord, will you give me more boom? Huh, you best believe. I'll give you all the boom that you could possibly want. With that being said, I guess you need the link there, which I'm a malevolent god. I'm a benevolent god. So there's the link to the Discord. You might get some more boom! 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 Just gave you the link. It's in the chat! Boom! Boom! It's in the chat! Maybe that might be my thing. Just like a high-pitched bitch boom. Might be my thing from now on. Who knows? Be just perfect fodder for an AVGN episode. Number 3, Mega Man DOS, AVGN episode number 139. When AVGN reviewed the Mega Man DOS games, I had no idea these ever existed. I guess that was one of the fun aspects of what— Username, input, name, username, put your name in my username. 95. 2 quid. Maybe this is a beer. No, mate.
there ain't no pub in the US where £2 could buy you a beer. Maybe a song and a tap dance. Maybe £2 could get you a beer. Maybe back, I don't know, back when times were more shiny. Things were more looking up front. Girls were more fit. Times weren't so goddamn depressing. Oh! I'm breaking my British accent for $10 from Henry Rice. I met Pat at a con years before his book, and back then he was still an ungrateful ass to his fans. Well, gee willikers. Well, thank you for that. We got Yoshi at $5. Pat put the NES Punk... Wait. Put Pat the NES Punk NES Classic Review boss, please. Put Pat the NES... I don't know if I'm equipped to understand that sentence or what. Put Pat the NES Punk NES Classic Review boss, please. What does that sentence mean? Am I crazy? Or am I the only one that's not understanding it? What is he asking of me? But thank you. Watching classic AVGN. Once I finally got this piece of shit to run on DOSBox, it doesn't take long before you realize that, my God, does this game suck in every way possible. Firstly, you have to tweak the settings just right out the box to make the game even somewhat playable. Sometimes the game runs too fast. Sometimes you didn't pick the right color palette based... Oh, did Pat do a review of the NES Classic? Based on your operating system. Now, this is some old shit. This is some VGA, CMYK, RGB shit. They had to make sure this game could run on every type of monitor. I'm sure the old heads in the comment section are already writing their retort about how, actually, I don't care. This game is not a functional game. For me personally, anytime I had to use a character or control a character only using the keyboard, that shit sucked. Especially since I was already used to... Yeah, I mean, I'd rather do that, honestly, because I've already seen my own video several times, so... Yeah, no, you kind of did give me a stroke a little bit there, and that's fine, though, because we figured it out eventually. Yeah, I'd rather watch the Pat thing, because I've seen this fucking... I made the video, you know, obviously I'm tired of watching it, so I'd rather watch some... I just had no other, like, good ideas, but yeah, we can watch that one. It's a little long in the tooth there. It's kind of a long video, but whatever. We're going to watch it one way or the other. One way or the other. I'm going to find you. I'm going to get you one way. Maybe next week. Going to find you. Gonna wipe your ass with my tongue. Whoa, got a little freaky there. One way or another. I'm going to find you. Going to give you the slip of my hip. Yeah, do some dip, eat some French onion dip, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Christmas is long gone. But I was holding...
This is... So, like, what, the Pokemons have the 3 evolutionary forms, most of them. You got the, what's the smallest Charizard? Charmeleon? Is it Charmeleon? And then you have Charmander, and you have Charizard, right? Those are the 3. So, Charmeleon was Green Day, Pat the NES Punk. This is Charmander, okay? And then Charizard is lesbian, bouffant, perm, chipmunk cheeks punk that he is now. He's in the middle phase right now, right before he started looking weird. Right now he looks like semi, well, not in this screenshot, but he looks semi like, no, but then again, this is like, he's 20 pounds lighter, you know, who's kidding who?
I hope that I get an NES Classic Edition in time for the holidays to review. I've been very excited about it ever since it was first announced. Damn you, Nintendo! Damn you all!
But then he still he loves that curly hair of his, man. Like, and I feel like he thinks that like chicks really like it. That's why I feel like that's why he keeps still rocking it, because like it looks ridiculous. It looks stupid. And it looked way better when it was short. And yes, I am commenting on another male's appearance, another male's aesthetic, and what I feel they should do. I am doing that. Because that's just what I feel like doing. Because I just calls them as I fucking sees them. Okay? Now, obviously, I look perfect. Everything that I have going on is perfect. This is how everyone should look, ideally. But in the stead that they're not able to look like this, I will give them advice. Pat looks fucking like this, especially the beard. Oh my God. His beard looks like my anus before I shave all the hair around the rim of my anus because I don't want to get dingleberries. That's what Pat's face, his mouth especially, right now is actually a perfect illustration of this. I feel like this is one of those guys who thinks that like women, because there was a thing that went on like when I was in middle school and high school where like there was this thing going on with like, I don't know, pickup artist guys or just guys in general, like girls just loved curly hair. They just wanted guys with curly hair. And I think Pat's just like, yeah, that's where my mind's still at. Women just will automatically love you if you have curly hair. If you have curly hair and you're attractive. If you're pushing 50 and you have curly gray B. Arthur perm grandma hair, and it looks like you're storing like nuts in your cheeks for the winter, curly hair is not going to help you at that point. I mean, that's like if you're Hugh Hefner and you have curly hair, but you don't have the wealth or prestige or fame of Hugh Hefner. You're just an old man with curly hair and nobody gives a fuck. If you're a young guy, in your 20s and a throbbing cock that's just dripping with sweat and hot and nobody knows that you're secretly gay and you can get away with it and you have curly hair in a Planet Fitness in Northeast Jacksonville, and there he swore to me that he would never tell anybody about it, and I did what I did, and then after the fact, then it comes out, and then it becomes this whole thing, denial. Yeah, in all that case, which has nothing, that's just a obscure example that I'm pulling out of the top of my head. Yeah, in that case, yes, curly hair. But in Pat's case, no curly hair. That's what I'm saying.
See, I told you. I was hoping that Santa would get me one, but I didn't see one under the tree. I even tried going to a dirty scalper. All right. Did you get it?
No, not a skit. Please, God, not a skit. Ugh.
You got the stuff?
Well, where is it?
Sierra Nevada is like the nastiest beer I've ever had. Tastes like dirty dishwater. I used to drink that as a kid, so I should know.
I failed.
What happened?
I went to Target, I punched some nerd in the face and took his place in line, and then security chased me out.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That's about what would probably happen in that situation.
Can I have one anyway?
So I'm sorry to disappoint you all. There's not going to be an NES Classic Edition.
That's so funny. Ha! Ha ha ha! That was so funny. Oh my God, Pat is so funny. Ha ha ha! Why did he ever stop doing Pat the NES Punk? That's so fucking funny. Ha ha ha! That's how I laugh, by the way.
Review for
Fuck
me.
You. Fuck you.
NES Punk. I can't believe that.
Oh my God, those VFX are like fucking mind blowing. I have that same exact laser projector thing. I used to use it at weddings. So corny.
Say, what's going on?
Oh God, no, not the modulated voices. That was Pat. Dude literally thinks he's on the same level as like what AVGN does. I mean, yeah, AVGN is crappy on a different level, but like crappy in the way that like, okay, I almost said crappy in the way that you would criticize a good movie, but no, that's not even beginning to be accurate. I don't know. It's in the YouTube hierarchy. AVGN's like more towards the top, but still bad. It's hard to explain. But you know what I'm saying. Like, he's criticized on a different level than Pat. Pat's just like, dude, shut the fuck up. Sit down. No one's even taking you seriously. Like, fucking, you've been at a quarter, 250,000 subscribers. Yeah, that sounds like a big number. He's been at that number for like the past 10 years. I believe, give or take. Like, he has not grown. It's a dead channel. For good reason. Shit like this.
Of the World by H.G. Wells.
Ho, ho, hello! Were you a good boy this year?
Santa?
Yeah, I'm Santa, yeah.
Did you get my Christmas list? I asked for a box copy.
I farted while he was doing that. And it stinks too. Like, I probably wouldn't have farted if it was good. Just letting you know.
A Fisher Price perfect fit.
Must have gotten lost in the mail, but I'm here to help you out. I happen to have a spare NES Classic Edition for you to
Yes, thank you for noting that. Also, it smells like rotten potatoes.
review.
Oh, gee!
So basically, that's the smell going on around. So if you want to put a smell to this, it's rotting potatoes out of my ass. Because I don't know, watching that Santa thing, it just happened. I just like let it happen because I'm watching shitty content. Might as well, bring it all together in my own atmosphere and just have the smells align with the visions and all that shit.
Whiz! Thanks, Santa!
You're welcome. In return, all you have to do is give me your soul.
What? You want me to listen to Nat King Cole? Well, of course I will, Santa. It's Christmas.
My God, he is so funny. Like, the character of Pat the NES Punk. Why didn't he ever make a movie? Everybody on Channel Awesome did. James Rolfe did. Why did Pat? Pat wanted to make a movie. For a fact Pat wanted to make a Pat the NES Punk movie. Because he like talks about this series he did. He calls it a character. Pat the NES Punk is a character. No, it's just Pat going, like, raising his voice up and being wacky, like, oh, whoa, what's going on? Like, it's not a character. It's just you're being, like, restarted, but it rhymes with another thing that I don't remember.
I think that's binding. Any other wishes before I go?
How about Nintendo producing enough NES Classic Editions so people besides scalpers can buy them?
I asked for a wish, not a miracle. I'll check back in later. Thanks again for your soul.
Why, yes, this is a nice cereal bowl. Time for the review. The NES Classic.
Dude, do you think? Okay, I got like a real question to ask. Do you guys think anybody, like, outside of like whatever girlfriend he had at the time, do you think anybody like legitimately like laughed at any of this? I can't imagine. Unless you have like a mental deficiency and like it takes very little for you to laugh. And I do know people like that. And I think that might be 99% of Pat the NES Punk fans, which aren't a lot. Who would laugh at this? Pat is the least funniest like skit YouTuber, and that was like very much like a old, YouTube device was like doing and I'm so glad that's like over with, because that got played out with the fucking quickness. And I should know, I did that too. I did the whole sketch thing. I was right in there with everybody else. The only difference was I had like 300 subscribers and Pat probably had like 100,000 subscribers. And now I got 21,000. So It only took 10 years for me to equal 1/16 of yours, Pat. Better watch out. But with that being said, my shit's like way more engaging and interactive with what little subscribers I have compared to him. Way more engaging, way more engagement, way more interactivity, and I have a fraction of your fucking subscribers. Like, that's how dead his channel is. Because he's done, son. You put out so much shit for so long, people stop fucking with you. But yeah, no, oh my God, like, I'm so glad people don't do that. Like, I'm glad that skit-based retro game shit is done. I hated that period. None of it was funny. Maybe some JonTron sketches, maybe some AVGN sketches, but like that shit was it's so corny now, especially maybe 10 years ago. I thought it was funnier, but like, my God, did it get old fast. And Pat, even in the golden era, was not funny at all, like whatsoever. Nobody thought, I'm not even going to say nobody that I know. I'm just going to generalize right now and say nobody ever thought Pat was funny. Nobody. Because he wasn't and isn't. He does not have the ability to produce comedy. He wanted to be like a comedic actor. He doesn't have it. There's nothing funny to be had there. I don't know. Sorry. Going off on a rant here. Old Uncle Drunky.
Classic Edition is a small reproduction of the original game console with some key differences. First, it does not play NES cartridges, but rather has 30 built-in games that are accessed via an on-screen menu. The shape of the Classic Edition is not exactly a rectangle, but more trapezoidal. What? This piece of shit! The Classic Edition only works on modern TVs via HDMI output, so be prepared to ditch your dusty CRT for an LCD or LED TV. The controller ports are the same as the Wii and Wii U, so they are compatible with controllers such as the Wii Classic and Classic Controller Pro, but thankfully it comes with a classic style NES control pad, which looks and feels similar to the original. Second NES Classic Edition controllers are sold separately if you can find them. Immediately noticeable though is the very short length of the controller cord, which is only about 2.5 feet long. But if you're going to use the Classic Edition, you'll need the console close to you anyway, since the reset button brings up the main menu in order to do functions like switching games and saving and loading suspend points. So you might be better off with purchasing a longer HDMI cable instead of a controller extension cord, depending on your room setup. Also included with the NES Classic Edition is the USB power cord and
just like thinking aloud, or not aloud because I didn't say anything, but whatever. I'm getting progressively more intoxicated. Who would have like gone to Pat for like the latest on like when this fucking where's your dad over here? When this little system came out here, like, who would have went to Pat the NES punk for info on this thing and how it works? Like, it is really cute now to look at. It's a little 3D model. Like, that is a very much pared down version of the real thing. But yeah, who would have went to Pat the NES punk to like figure? I mean, it's like you could have went to like so many other like websites that like are like on the cutting edge of like they're constantly monitoring Twitter and all that. Like, I find that to be a bitch myself when it comes to music stuff. Like, I dropped my AI video today. But, you know, people like Anthony Fantano and Rick Beato, that they've already covered this shit weeks or a month ago. And then in my head, I'm just like, how the fuck did they get this info so fucking quick? And then they just pop a video up. That's how it is in the gaming world too. Everybody knows it. And by the time Pat comes out with his thing, it's like, oh yeah, we've already seen everything about this console. You're not telling us anything we don't already know. I would be... it's almost like when World War II ended, like 30 years later, there was still like Japanese soldiers on like these like certain islands in the Philippines or whatever who still thought the war was going on and they were just hiding out. They still thought World War II was like a thing, like in the 70s. Like they would like go to these islands. It'd be these old ass Japanese soldiers who didn't realize that like, oh, the war's been over for like over 20 years now. Like that's a real thing. If you don't believe me, look that the fuck up. It's true. That's how Pat pretty much is at this point. He's like just that guy. Like, yeah, it's been common knowledge for a really long time now. Well, let me explain it to you again for everyone who already knows how it works, because that's going to get my channel views.
Poster instructions, which shows off what looks like a very early NES promo image, complete with prototype mock-ups of Gyromite and Duck Hunt carts. A cool little bit of history. Upon startup, you're greeted with a cute menu screen with appropriate bubbly NES-style music that brings a smile to my face. A nifty little demo will play if you don't do anything for about a minute. And then there's the options, such as turning that demo on and off, as well as auto shutdown and screen burn-in reduction. Alright, you can change the language.
Yes, Pat is the Japanese soldier hanging on after World War II of the 70s of now.
Language and also play a great bonus minigame included called Open Source Software, a fantastic text adventure where you have to avoid boredom on your way to the end. Try it, see how far you can get. And who says that instruction manuals are dead? Via QR code or the website directly on a mobile device, you can access and read original manual scans of all 30 NES games included here. And now perhaps the most important option, the display. You have 3 ways to view the games. CRT filter, which tries to emulate how the NES would look on an old TV. 4:3 is the standard.
Why did he distort the word emulate? Is that supposed to be like some kind of like wink and a nod or something that I'm not understanding?
Old TV aspect ratio without the CRT filter, and the one that I personally recommend. And finally, pixel perfect, which is close to square shaped and what you'd experience most likely if you try to emulate playing these games on a computer.
Oh, is emulate, so is that supposed to be like a naughty word that you're not supposed to say on YouTube or something? Is that why he's distorting it like that? Like you shouldn't be encouraging emulation? Well, that's a stupid thing to like censor, because YouTube, I know for a fact, doesn't give a fuck about that verbiage. So, all right.
Of course, these games are being emulated here as well.
Oh my God, Pat! Yeah, you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's by distorting the word emulate with a little bit of ear rape going on.
Which is why you can change the display on the fly, as well as take advantage of save states, or suspend points as they're called here. Up to 4 per game that you can save and load from any spot. To do so, you'll have to access the menu by pressing that reset button on the console, or you can use the home button if you're using a Wii Classic controller. It's a shame that a button combination on the included controller can't do the same function. Where the NES Classic Edition falters is that you can only play any...
It's a shame you're not funny either.
NES games with normal button functions. So that definitely means no Power Pad nor Zapper games. You can't experiment with great controllers like the Power Glove or the Speed King.
Oh no, I mean, I'm getting the sense anytime people are like, please, more Pat the NES punk, I'm getting the sense that like, Pat's becoming a lolcow, and they want the lols from the fact that he doesn't understand the fact that he's kind of a lolcow. Because he's unaware. He's unaware of how cringe he is. He's unaware of how boring and uninteresting he is, which makes it funny to a certain degree. So, in that regard, I understand the craving for more Pat content. That's what makes a lolcow. I've been told that I'm becoming a lolcow. No, I'm very hyper aware of where I am at and what I'm doing. I don't believe that's true for me yet, but I think it could be down the pipeline for me, perhaps. There's a lot of money to be made as a lolcow, but I don't aspire to be that. But if it happens, it happens. I don't think I've crashed out yet or had an extremely bad take on something that's gone viral. So I don't know if I qualify yet, and my subscriber level is very, very low.
Or the Rollin' Rocker. Okay, maybe the Classic Edition is actually doing us a favor. But a video game console is only as good as the games you can play on it, so...
That's really funny what he's doing right now with his face. Look how wacky his face is, though. Like, normal people don't make facial expressions like that. But he is. And that's pretty funny. Like, his eyes are, like, open wider than normal, and he's acting like he's gonna like lick it or something. I don't know. To me, that's pretty funny.
Oh, let's take a quick look at each of the 30 games included on the NES.
He's wacky, dude. Clearly, but he's playing a character though. Only Pat, the character, would do something like that. Normal Pat wouldn't do that. But when he's a character, bro, you better watch out, because his eyes are going to be more open, and he's going to be like licking stuff, you know. Maybe he should start that OnlyFans that he was talking about on Twitch, because that 40-something-year-old B. Arthur ass, perm having ass tongue is starting to do something for me.
NES Classic Edition.
I'm going to hire Pat as my own personal bidet. I'll just keep it vague, and that's all I'm going to say about it.
Begin, I'll have to mention that 8 of these games I've already reviewed in the past, so feel free to go back and watch reviews of those back when I was younger and had less hair. I mean shorter hair. Well, I mean I might have less hair now. Aging sucks. To quickly gauge what the overall rating of each game is, I'll be consulting this book by someone named Pat.
I'm promoting my own thing. Who is it? What is this book by? Like, that whole fucking shtick is so fucking lame. I'm not trying to be like Mr. Cool Cop here. I'm the cool cop. I got the aviator shades on over here, and I'm like calling off what's cool and what's not cool, blah blah. But yeah, the whole like acting oblivious where you're shilling your own thing. It's like, yet again, Pat, you're like 10 years too late for that joke, because pretty sure James probably did that way earlier than you did. So fucking annoying.
Home Try that reviews every NES game in the library. It's an ambitious project for sure, but you know, who reads anymore anyway? Oh, great, interesting.
Well, Norm didn't apparently want to read your book because he said it was pretty much bland as fuck and a boring read, which I 100% agree with Norm. And honestly, Norm, the gaming historian, is probably the most based individual on this entire platform as far as gaming YouTubers go, because he made some great videos that were very entertaining and not cringy at all, and then he like dipped the fuck out and he was like, yeah, I'm just gonna like lead a normal life now and get my teaching degree and not do fucking YouTube unless I want to. And yeah, Norm's based as fuck. He wins. Pat's sitting here still doing shit like this. I mean, not at this time period, but like, you know, we just watched the CU podcast from a few weeks ago, so yeah, he's still doing this shit. Norm's like, yeah, fuck this shit. I did what I did. I made my art. I made my money. I have a hot wife. I'm gonna like, you know, permanently touch some grass, and maybe I'll come back and is that the way? Maybe is that how you like? Is that like this like the way that, like, if someone dies, if they're like in the YouTube, if they're in the YouTube sphere, is that how you say someone dies? They're permanently touching grass. Is that like the non-religious way of saying somebody died if they're like a internet influencer? Today, Sneeko has passed away. He will permanently be touching grass from now on. He won't be on this platform anymore because he is permanently touching grass. Couldn't happen to a better person. Oh, I didn't say that out loud.
Let's all learn about the mutant virus.
Pratt will never die, see?
Yeah. Balloon Fight, a story of horror where helmet-wearing children are forced into aerial combat to the death by falling or getting devoured by a giant mutant fish, later adapted into the Japanese film Battle Royale. This Joust clone is fun, but I really enjoy the balloon trip where I can show off my considerable skills. Oh, fluffernutter! It's Balloon Fight is so much fun. I used this old song before. It's an old joke.
That's really funny. This guy's really funny. He's really funny. I just want you guys to like appreciate how funny he is.
It's an old joke. It's an old joke. It's 9 years old. It's an old joke. It's an old song. Bub and Bob get their jollies by blowing bubbles and popping enemies in Bubble Bobble. This single-screen game can be played by 1 or 2 players, up until the point where you both go insane from mass bubble homicide and the cute looping syrupy music.
He likes doing that like prepubescent, like squeaky voice thing. I've noticed this about Pat. Pat. Yeah, he has fun. He thinks that's like he's like the fucking. God, all the cocaine is sneezing back out of my nostrils. It's like the teenage guy from The Simpsons that Dan Castellaneta voiced. Jesus! Oh, sorry, Mr. Simpson, I can't, And you're doing the typical preteen voice. That's a Pat go-to. I know this much about him to be true.
Bub and Bob blow.
Yeah, you see a face he's making. You see a face I'm making. It's about the quality level of his jokes. He knows it. Or does it? I don't know. Actually, no, he doesn't know. I did that Twitch video. Like, he honestly believes that he's got, like, main character syndrome, this guy. He thinks he's, like, the most important person. And, like he's in the Truman Show, and, like, everyone's hyper-focused on him. Or that's the person he portrays when he's on camera. I don't know what he thinks when he's off camera, but he's been putting it on for so long that it's just like, I don't know. I'm even getting tired of talking about it right now, quite frankly.
What? Celebrate Halloween by whipping cosplayers dressed as Frankenstein, the Mummy, and more in Castlevania. The controversial section where Medusa's head tries to French kiss you thankfully has not been cut from this version of the game. The key to the proper French kiss is to just pretend that you're sucking on bone marrow like you did in the old prehistoric days.
Oh my goodness. I might have to rewatch that just now. Alright. Hold on. Gotta back it up a little bit.
The controversial section where Medusa's head tries to French kiss you thankfully has not been cut from this version of the game. The key to the proper French kiss is to just pretend that you're sucking on bone marrow like you did in the old prehistoric days.
Alright, so people ask, how did Pat meet Frank and what is their relationship? If anyone wants to clip this, this is how Pat met Frank.
Works every time.
Yes, it does. If you want to get an old man to hang out with you and you can suck the sorrow off a new widow, then yeah, that's how you do it. Play a guitar on the MTV.
Return for more Vania in another castle in Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. This sequel makes the courageous decision to not be as fun as the original game by adding in aimless wandering and interesting adventure elements. Look out for the night sections, as well as a diving mini.
I think Pat would work best if he was a YouTube poop. I think you could extract. He does enough silly shit that isn't funny in and of itself, but if you work it and edit it into a YouTube poop, I think you could really get some bangers out of Pat in that context. Because he does enough silly shit that you could re-edit it and shit to where like you could make that shit pretty fucking funny, honestly. I'm surprised. I'm surprised yet I'm not, because who gives a fuck enough to do that? But I'm also surprised that like there are enough people that are constantly bugging me to keep posting Pat content to where I think a YouTube poop could be warranted. I've never tried to do one myself. It looks like a lot of editing. I can't be asked to do that, but because I'd just rather do something that's more original. But I think the true comedy from Pat comes from a YouTube poop, because he does so much gay shit, like gay in the sense of a man loving another man, which is beautiful, not in the pejorative But he does enough gay shit to where like you could easily make a nice YouTube poop off of Pat. I'm surprised people haven't done it yet, especially with that weird like vampire dick suck thing he just did.
Game taken from track and field too. Wait, is that a cross? A church? Religious elements in an NES game? The only altar that I worship at is the one of overpriced nostalgia. Donkey Kong! The sad tale.
Oh, he's rating the games too? I didn't realize that. I didn't even care enough to like realize that he was like rating them too.
Of what happens when you break city law and try to keep zoo animals as pets. In this groundbreaking platformer, Mario must rescue Pauline from the evil clutches of a gorilla over 3 stages, as the cement factory stage from the arcade is still not included. This piece of shit! A little bit of trivia, after breaking up with Mario, Pauline would go on to become one of the most successful...
Pat, from what I've seen in the past, like normally doesn't do ear rape. He's doing ear rape all in this video. I guess he like when he wasn't writing his stupid NES books, I guess he took the time to like watch some YouTubers at that time who were like the edgy ones were using a lot of ear rape. And I guess he's trying to like implement. I get it. I've tried using ear rape in my videos. I get it. I've tried doing it too. I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing. I'm like the Bob Ross of, you know, noticing what other people are doing technique wise. I've done it too. I'm noticing it. Got some happy trees there, got some ear rape there, you know, I get it.
Successful daytime strippers in Long Island. Yeah, DK, you were going all Harambe on them.
Oh, Harambe joke. That aged like fine milk in the sun.
It's funny, see, because it's a meme about a gorilla almost killing a child. It's hysterical.
Alright, you libtard, get off of that Harambe shit and keep moving forward.
Junior must avenge the death of his father by murdering Mario in Donkey Kong 2, Out for Justice. Wait, that's the plot of my fanfiction. Donkey Kong Jr. improves on the original by having a bit more complexity on the platforming side, as well as a bit more challenge. I don't get it, Junior. You didn't like the original game because an ape was the villain, but now you don't like that one's in a cage, even though now you're the hero? I don't know, it's like you're never happy. Double Dragon 2 The Revenge begins with some titillation as Marion is gunned down by the Shadow Warriors. An improvement over the original, this sequel on the NES features 2-player simultaneous action, a cool spin kick, mini cutscenes, grasp, and the ability to attack both in front and behind, like you could do in Renegade. Weirdness remains though, like a disappearing boss, awkward platforming, and even Arnold showing up. Mobile Strike, download for free now at the App Store. I still got it. Happily practice medicine without a license in Dr. Mario. Try to avoid prosecution while prescribing dangerous pills to wipe out viruses in this fun puzzle game for 1 or 2 players. Fun trivia. As a child, I received about 4 perfect attendance awards in grade school, as I was rarely sick. I mean, I was sick a lot, but I would go to school anyway. I was a tough kid. What's a little sniffle, fever, mucus, or cold to keep you out of school for a day? Yep, school every day, no matter what. Feeling good or not.
So just let me paint the scene here for you. Boogie is breathing his morning breath into Pat's nose so much that it's like going into his like system and it's coming back out of his mouth, because that's how infiltrated his sinuses and entire breathing apparatus is, just being filled full of Boogie's morning breath air. And you got to think all that McDonald's and Taco Bell and just pizza, and this is all in one night. This isn't like the span of a few weeks of bad eating. This is all in one night. And just, I don't know, like when you're obese like Boogie is, you just have a certain stink about you. I know this because I had an obese second cousin. He was like bound to a mechanical chair or whatever the fuck. Yeah, you just have like a certain like fat stink. There's like different kind of bacteria that form when
fat folds go unwashed for a certain amount of time. You just have a fucking, you just fucking do. You don't got to be politically correct about this. It's just the facts. It's just what happens. So it looks like most people in the chat do want that to happen. So, I mean, I would say Pat could appear on Lolcow Live, but I don't know if enough people know who Pat is. I mean, he is a Lolcow, but he's not Lolcow enough to be on Lolcow Live.
Didn't want to miss anything important. Very proud of those perfect attendance awards I got. Yep, very proud indeed.
Fucking Michael Green. Imagine Boogie jumping from the Empire the Empire State Building. I can't imagine it actually in my head. It's quite hilarious.
Ma, I'm sorry, I'm sick. It's not like.
Then I have to hear this fucker, and he's like ruins my funny time because he's like play acting with his fake laughter.
False. I don't want to go to school. Don't make me. I want to stay home and rest. Please, no, don't make me get on the bus. No.
He's in his mind. That's like an Oscar-worthy performance. Like Pat can't believe that he hasn't been like more recognized at this point with his like overwhelming talent. Like he's pissed as fuck. Like how the fuck have people not recognized me as being like as talented as I am?
I think I'm over it by now. Feel the excitement of biking in Excite Bike. Rev your engine constantly up and down while jumping off ramps and paralyzing opponents. And you can't have Excite Bike without the most memorable part of the game, the edit mode. That's right, create your own awesome tracks.
All right, I'm going to do a lame streamer thing and chair this shit for a little bit. I'll be back here soon.
Test them and then save them using the NES Classic Edition suspend points. Because you can do it better than the developers. Send your work to Miyamoto. He'll hire you on the spot. I once had excitement on my bike. Had to hose it off later. Experience the last fantasy you'll ever have with Final Fantasy, the RPG series that spanned 30 years and just as many bad haircuts. After being turned down by Arielon, a dancer friend of Pauline, the player must rescue the princess from Judy Garland. Pick your crew, name them, arm them, and then grind in random encounters until your heart desires or you get sick of the game. I have to admit, it's pretty cool to punch demons in the face. Garland's a tough one, though. Junior, no! Bravo! Bravo!
James Cagney's better.
The space shooter Galaga flies onto the NES Classic Edition with a flurry of fire. Shoot insect aliens in this groundbreaking title. Visual stage representation. Bonus rounds. How about allowing your ship to be captured and then rescuing it to double up your firepower? Sounds great until you shoot it by accident. Damn it! Alright, time to go to town. Yeah, die, evil alien insect things. Son of a bitch! What a scam! They just stole my quarter! Wait, there are no quarters. Well, they just stole my $60! Wait, a fake Santa gave this to me. Well, I'm still upset! An interrupted softcore sex scene starts up Ghosts and Goblins by Capcom. This is a semi-troubled port of the tough as balls action platformer that features more zombies than The Walking Dead with a more interesting story. I'm a frog now. You don't see that on AMC. The worst part of the game is getting through the scalper trolls who stand in your way of getting a nice Christmas present for your nephew. You can't blame Nintendo when you buy 10 classic editions for yourself. Stop scalping! It's not capitalism. It's speculative trading. There's a difference. Learn it. Thanks for ruining Christmas, assholes. Gradius, the seminal Konami space shooter with an interesting weapon system and difficult spots like this. No! It's tough as nails and unfortunately is extremely difficult to stay alive without a powered up ship. And you can do that with the good old Konami code. That's right, the Konami code, helping weak gamers cheat since 1986.
Oh, my name's Pat. I don't need the Konami code. I'm good at games.
Now we come to the first really questionable choice for the NES Classic Edition, Ice Climber. This is an anti-global warming platformer where you use a mallet to smack eyes and enemies like a furry abominable snowman and birds. The goal is to reach the top of each mountain stage, however the awkward and semi-broken jumping provides the only real challenge here, as it's hard to get momentum to jump and you can even pass through the sides of platforms when trying to get up to the next one. Add a half star to your personal score if you like cabbages with eyes. Besides the snowman, you know what's also abominable? Scalpers! Yeah, that's right. I'm not letting you off the hook that easily. Eat my ass! The only educational game on the Classic Edition, Kid Icarus is a historically accurate reenactment of life in ancient Greece. You use a bow and arrow to take out snakes, flying octopuses, and giant purple noses. And just like the Greeks did, you can take their hearts and use them to buy ancient items like a pencil and a credit card. Still annoyed I couldn't use my credit card for that Caltron 6-in-1. That's right, a reference to a video I made 6 years ago that none of you saw. That's why I'm the best. That's why I'm better than average. That's why shut up. It's that pink lovable puffball Kirby. This later NES title is a technically superior effort with great gameplay mechanics. You can swallow enemies and absorb their powers, like swinging a sword, shooting sparks, or breathing fire. A nice surprise is the bonus claw game, which isn't as rigged as they are now on the Jersey Shore Boardwalk, and oh no, it still is. Kirby's Adventure is an absolute joy to play, and is one of the brightest gems that come out of the NES's twilight years. You know, I've had just about enough of this book, Ultimate Nintendo Guide to the NES Library. All the page turning of this extremely well put together book available at ultimatenes.com was just wearing me out! If only there was an easier way to learn all about the games in the NES library.
Ho ho, I have just what you need, Pat. A new mobile app, and it's all yours in return for your firstborn soul.
Sure, Santa. I'd love to visit the North Pole.
There you go. Merry Satanmas. Oh, I mean Christmas.
Wow, it's a new app for my mobile device. Let's see what it is. It's Ultimate Game Guide for NES, a great gaming and collecting resource for one of the greatest video game libraries of all time. It features 800 plus NES game reviews, screenshots, and cart photos, even variants. Switch between box art and cartridge view. Info for each game including genre, publisher, developer, release date, number of players, special features, availability, and estimated price. App and community game ratings. Judge them for yourself and influence the guide. Collection tools to track games owned, including boxes and manuals, with the ability to add games to a want list. Powerful search engine to filter the game library by rating, publisher, current price, collection status, release date, and more. Popular NES devices, controllers, and console variants. Gaming info, tips, codes, and passwords for the most popular NES games. More features to be added soon, including more collection tools, additional cart variants from other regions, and more. The Ultimate Game Guide for NES app is available on both Android and iOS devices for only $4.99. Wow, what a fantastic new app for my iOS or Android device. I think anyone who likes video games or Nintendo would love it, or should love it. It went off. Join Mario and Luigi on a plumbing assignment to rid the sewers of nasty crabs and turtles. Grrr! The slippery movement and jumping is a feature, not a bug. Little known fact, Luigi wears green in this game. Another little known fact, he once hooked up with Nicole Eggert. It's hot robot on robot action as Mega Boy returns to take down the evil Dr. Wily and his robot slaves. Arguably the best in the series, Mega Man 2 is a near-perfect action platformer with great controls, graphics, music, sound, and awful, unfair moments like this, and this, and this. But don't worry, the challenge somewhat evens out because you can spam the hell out of the bosses. This is a classic! I guess. That's what everyone keeps telling me anyway.
Pat doesn't like a video game that I like. That means Pat's a dum-dum. Meh. Meh. Meh.
In this groundbreaking sci-fi adventure, players take on the role of an intergalactic bounty hunter named Samus Aran as you try to track down the stolen Metroid organisms. Along the way, you can gain more weapons, unlock new map areas, and... Wait, isn't Samus a woman? I'm playing a game with a female protagonist? Ew! And she saves the galaxy? Ugh! How unrealistic! I'm never playing another Nintendo game ever again! Tecmo really brought it with Ninja Gaiden, the high-octane action platformer with fantastic music and unique anime-style story cutscenes. Besides your trusty katana, you gain secondary weapons that... Wait, did you hear that? The sound is different when you destroy the lamps and enemies now. Originally, it was higher pitched. Piece of shit! I'm so angry, I can barely talk about the fact that this game references Shinobi, or the fact that this idiot from the CIA talks for 20 goddamn minutes and has the worst parted haircut I've ever seen. And is that Grimace? What the hell's going on here? Great, now I want McDonald's. Or to beat up Grimace. I heard he voted for Trump. Son of a bitch.
Wait. Oh my god. Did Pat just have a take on politics? Jesus Christ. I'm sure I missed so much. I'm sorry you guys had to see that. Like, I'm sure I missed greatness. It seems like the comments took care of it. God, why are 85... It's like 4 in the morning. Why is... Okay, 82 now. That's better. Why is there 82 people here still? Why do you slurp coffee? That's like just the thing. That's... Man, I'm so unengaged in this.
One of the most important video games of all time, the maze game Pac-Man thrusted video games into the popular culture with mass appeal and merchandising up the wazoo. To demonstrate this, Nintendo includes a Pac-Man coloring book with each NES Classic Edition. Oh, okay, they're really dope, but I have to justify my irrational Pac-Man merchandise collection somehow. I also got this Pac-Man nightlight, and I got a bowl. I got a bowl. No, it's not Mike Tyson's Punch-Out since the license ran out in 1990, but it's almost as good. It's Punch-Out featuring Mr. Dream. Beat up international ethnic stereotypes on your way to becoming the boxing champion. I've yet to answer an important question. Is there lag with the NES Classic Edition? Well, there's one tried and true method where we can test this hypothesis. Can I beat Mike Tyson at chess? You think you're better than me, Iron Mike? Ooh, I won the last 10 games against Pat. Oh yeah? What happened when we played Twister, huh? Who won 3 out of 5? Pat! Pat did! That's right, you son of a bitch! I don't think I didn't see you cheating either. I saw you hopping over pieces with your...
This guy is so fucking terminally unfunny. Like... I mean, he doesn't have a big network of people, and you know how it goes in this fucking YouTube industry. You never want to, once you get to Pat's level, you don't want to shit on anyone, and nobody wants to shit on you because you never know when someone's gonna like blow up, and oh, then you shit on me when I was like. Me, on the other hand, where I'm at subscriber-wise, I feel I can shit on people, and it won't affect me, because, like, by the time I get, like, whatever, I'll be, like, 57, so I'll be Rick Beato, basically, by the time my shit blows up, if at all, if it ever does. I just find it funny that, like, Ian would have been, but Ian's probably just like, whatever, live and let live, I don't care. Like, just give this motherfucker some notes, just be like, it's not funny, but it's kind of hard to tell your friend, like, if they're trying to show you their content, like, it's not funny. You're not funny, and yeah, I think I would just want to end the stream, honestly, because like it's just gone on way too long. I'm gonna just probably pivot over to, because I got a lot done today, so I don't mind just being a whore on the internet, but I can be more of a whore on Discord. So I'll just post a Discord in the chat, because I'll just probably go there for like the live voice chat, whatever. Voice chat, video chat, whatever the hell. I posted the link there. I think I'm going to end the stream because I don't want to watch the end of this. Whatever. I want to turn these fucking lights off and just be in silhouette. And yeah, just, I don't know. Join the Discord. We'll do a video. We can do a lot more stuff in Discord. I don't have to worry. I don't have to, like, you know, slalom around YouTube's guidelines like I do here. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'll be on Discord if you want to go on there. If not, then go fuck yourself. Have a good rest of your night.